Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. We have a few extra opening remarks, and then the chair will go into further detail on how we will proceed this evening and the rest of the week. This commission is made up of citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. They make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances, and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, as well as code and comprehensive plan amendments, as is in the case in this week's agenda item. Each hearing this week will be held in a hybrid format. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. Once time for testimony has begun, virtually raise your hand and you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. However, this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our schedule this week is a little different than usual in that the procedure for our public hearing will be stretched out over multiple days. Today, we will begin with a brief presentation from the planning team to follow up on some of the questions from yesterday. And then after that, we'll continue with public testimony, starting with those who signed up in advance, then anyone else who signed up here in person, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Public testimony will continue through tonight and tomorrow if needed, but if at any point we have no more folks signed up to testify, the public hearing portion will be closed. Staff will be given time for a rebuttal and the commission will deliberate and render a recommendation. Finally, please expect a few quick breaks from proceedings as well as a half-hour dinner break at 7 p.m. this evening as we have a long night ahead of us. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Crystal. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. A couple of points here before we start out tonight. Our main goal tonight is to have a fair hearing where all voices are heard with courtesy and respect. So a few simple rules for us all to follow. When you testify tonight, you'll come up here to the podium. You'll all have 3 minutes when you get to the podium, and please start with your name and address when you begin your testifying. As people are testifying, please do not call out, cheer, clap, heckle, that sort of thing from the audience. Please also do not interrupt the speaker. Everyone here tonight will get a chance to speak, and we want to hear your thoughts and your comments. Second, when you're speaking, please address your comments up here to us, the commission. Please don't direct your comments to staff or to anybody in the audience. If we receive comments with raised voices or profanities, we'll stop your time and push you to the end of the line for the evening. If you ask a question during your testimony, that's totally fine. However, the commission cannot answer questions while you're testifying. We are here to listen, and then we will address questions as we deliberate here later tonight or tomorrow. Of course, we have a lot of interest in this item tonight. So we want to make it clear that we have read any written comments that have been submitted. So if you testify, there's really no need to reiterate anything that you submitted via written testimony. We're certainly interested in hearing everyone's comments, but we're certainly also looking for new input and comments when you testify. We're planning to close the hearing tonight around 10, maybe a little later if needed. If we get much later than that, it gets hard for us all to pay attention as we all get tired, including you all. Again, as Crystal mentioned, we're going to hear from city staff to start us out this evening, and then we'll open up again the public testimony and proceed from there. Let's see. And then we are planning a dinner break at about 7 for a half an hour. And then we'll pick up any remaining testimony after that and then move into rebuttal and deliberations if time allows. With that, we will go ahead and call the roll for the evening, please.
Stead. Schaefer.
Here.
Squires. Blanchard.
Here.
Moore. Here. Gillespie.
Here.
Pinfrock.
Here.
Danley.
Here.
Mooney.
Here.
7 present, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and just hand it right off here to Mr. Tim Keene, our director, for a few comments, and we'll update after last night's testimony.
Chair, members of the commission, thank you again for your third night on the new zoning ordinance, and everybody that's here tonight and has been here all week to participate in such an important discussion about how we regulate development in the city. Appreciate everybody's genuine interest in getting this right, and regardless of your opinion, your concern for the city and that we do things well here in Boise. So Thank you all for this. Two things I thought I'd speak to tonight. The first, if you'd like, is to perhaps finish the discussion that we started last night about the R2 district, which a reminder that along these few corridors, Vista, Fairview, and State Street, where we're proposing MX3, which is a new district for these transit corridors to get us a little more density there, which we think we want and need. Right behind that MX3, the frontage on those streets, we're proposing to rezone properties within 1/8 of a mile of the center line of each of those streets to R2. So those properties are now, if they're R1, which is a single family district, they would go to R2, which is a little bit higher density. The idea being you step down from the denser stuff on the street to the R2 and then down to the single family. We think it's a very important aspect of this because it is, again, trying to get the people we will be having in the city in places where it's helpful and near transit, because transit is so integral to this city being successful. So we got into this discussion about how much of it there is. And you'll remember from the chart I was showing last night that for each of those corridors, it's a very, very small percentage of the lots within each of those neighborhoods that get rezoned from the R1 to the R2. I mean, we're talking a few percentages. You know, I think the highest we had maybe was 8% within an individual neighborhood going from R1 to R2, very small percentages. But where we ended up was, what if you look at the whole city across all those corridors, how much land are we talking about and how many potential lots are we speaking of, which would translate to dwelling units. So you'll remember from last night, it's 257 total acres across the whole city that would get rezoned from R1 to R2, 257 acres. The lot size in the R2 is a minimum of 2,500 square feet. So this is and we talked about this last night. It's very speculative because we haven't gone in and actually done a subdivision plan for those properties. So it's just a reminder, it's speculative. I wouldn't hang your hat completely on this, but just to give you a sense of scale, if that entire 100% of that area, 257 acres, was subdivided to 2,500 square foot lots, that would get you right at about 4,400 lots. Now, all of those lots would have to go through a public process, by the way, to get approved, because in this new code, you have to have subdivisions approved through the Planning and Zoning Commission. But that is the top end of that. I'll also mention that we know from analysis of transit systems and cities and development that in order to make high frequency bus service work well, whether it's high frequency service of a bus service like you have today, or even into BRT, which we're proposing on State Street, you need 20 to 25 units per acre. And that's been proven. What we find, if you take that 257 acres, you transfer that to the R2, we're at about 17 units per acre. So we're not quite there. This is one of those things you might say we might keep monitoring, but that's just a comparison. Again, we want things where it's helpful and needed, and this was an important aspect of that. The second thing I'll speak on, and then I'll finish and we can get to the public comment, is just because we had so much discussion last night about the code relative to maybe coming back in a year and monitoring how we're doing after 12 months with this new code. And I want to speak to that just to say that, and I mentioned this when we started this and I presented on Monday evening, but just for those maybe that didn't hear, I had this in a slide that I presented on Monday, but we are wholeheartedly recommending this ordinance. You know, we're recommending it without hesitation. The goal with this ordinance through this long public process over 3 years, you could argue it was longer if you add Blueprint Boise, but certainly just during the ordinance production process, this long public process, the goal was to get to an ideal condition. And we think the structure of this is ideal. As a result of the public input and ideas that came from that process, we think we're in a very, very good place as a city. And a couple things about that, the structure being what we think it needs to be. So with regard to neighborhoods, we kept all the R1 districts. There was a debate about that in the process. A year or so ago, we were talking about consolidating the R1 districts into fewer of them so everyone would have smaller lot sizes. We didn't go in that direction. And we think that's the right decision for this city. Let's respect the different neighborhoods we have. The neighborhood structure we think is right. We also found multiple ways to, within neighborhoods, enable a diversity of housing types that are appropriate within a neighborhood. Taking, again, old neighborhoods in Boise as a clue. How do you allow duplexes or a 4-unit building or a small apartment building or courtyard cottages or, you know, an apartment over the garage or a small apartment in your backyard or these kinds of things? And we found multiple ways to, within that structure of neighborhoods, permit that to happen. We think that's ideal. That's the right way to go. With the mixed use districts, the downtown district ended up being what it needs to be, we think. And we extended that to places that are important, like the shoreline. The MX5 is very important. The MX3 is in the right places. It's on those high frequency bus lines. It's in those activity centers identified in Blueprint Boise. This isn't a compromise or, you know, we're not, you know, just okay with it. We think that's what we need as a city. The structure is right. MX3 is in the right location. The R2 aspect of that, along the MX3, we added a transit-oriented district, MX district, which we're just applying to a few locations on State Street. But eventually, as the city grows and we invest in transit, hopefully we'll need that transit-oriented district in other places, but it's in this ordinance. We have the M1 district, which is, people talk so much about trying to have smaller scale, non-residential in neighborhoods. Take the Hyde Park or what's happening on Latah, places in the city where you can walk to and things. That MX1 is so important. Plus the neighborhood cafes that we added to this. So even beyond the MX1, just an individual kind of house-sized cafe or something in more neighborhoods, which we have some of, had more of in the past, that's in this ordinance. The affordability and sustainability incentives that we included, we like where we ended in that. We think from this 3-year public process, the ideas that people gave us, the concerns about affordability associated with this variety of housing types, where we ended up with incentives we think is perfect. So the structure is right. We have the ingredients we need within this ordinance. It's not a compromise or a half measure. It is, the ordinance itself is what we need. What I'm speaking of when I talk about monitoring, ongoing monitoring, 12 months from now, coming back and looking at is the details. Are those affordability incentives working? If not, why? How do we need to calibrate those differently? Not change the structure. We've got the structure, but how do we get to ensuring that those incentives are creating affordable housing? How about the parking requirements? There's been so much discussion. Last night we heard we should require no parking, and then we heard we should need vast amounts more of parking. So where we ended up, I would say, is a moderate proposal for changes in that and reductions. But how is that 12 months from now? Is that working properly? Even the process part of it. We've talked about ensuring that people are involved in making this ordinance successful, make the things that we want easier to build. How's that working? Are those 4 types properly aligned? Do we need to move some into different types? But the structure is there. So I just wanted to clarify as we go into our 3rd night of hearings, after all that discussion last night about this ordinance and how we got to this ordinance over a long period of time with so much public input. And I think it does a lot of service to the people that were involved in this process to say, thank you, you got it right, and not keep relitigating every aspect of it. And I'll tell you, last summer, when we got to this new structure, there was a lot of happiness, I have to admit, with how we shifted. And we got to a place that we think is an ideal one. So as we enter this night of public hearings, and perhaps we'll finish with hearings tonight, we just wanted to mention that, go back to what I mentioned on Monday. This is not, we don't think, a half measure. We think it's a great direction for the city, and hope that even with all the opinions and the ideas about details, which are terribly important, we know we'll have to keep monitoring those. So, Mr. Chair, those were just the 2 things I wanted to mention as we get started tonight. If there's anything else, happy to go into other areas.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tim, for that. Got any questions for Tim at the moment, team? Okay, all right. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Before we move on, a couple other little housekeeping items. We have Elaine Clegg is here from Valley Regional Transit. She's asked for a few minutes to address the commission and the public. So please come on up, Ms. Clegg.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's interesting to be on this side of the podium, but,
We'll be gentle.
but enjoying it, I have to say. Thanks for letting me testify tonight. I'm sorry I couldn't be here on Monday. I was out of town, so it's really, I really appreciate the opportunity. First say that I'm not here speaking personally, although I certainly support this new zoning code. What I'm here to speak about tonight is Valley Regional Transit and our support of that code as well. We're excited as an organization that the code recognizes the really important tie between transportation and land use, and that if you get the land use right, there's a real opportunity for transit to work much better and be more convenient. So just first off, just want to make sure that you know that generally that's what we think of this code. There's a couple of specific things, and I've given you all written documents, so you have those before you, that we'd like to ask be adjusted. They're very, very small changes, but we think it would make it even more transit supportive if you make these changes. So in 110103, the purpose in general says achieve an integrated approach to land use and transportation to provide a safe, efficient, equitable transportation system for pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, and vehicles. And in light of that, there are a list of exceptions for public services, but transit isn't listed specifically in those exceptions. So we'd ask that transit be listed there. Could be as simple as transit infrastructure, but if you think that you need examples, you could add such as bus stops or ADA compliant transit platforms. And I've given you opportunity for where those might be inserted if you're interested. We're really excited about the intensification of activities along transit corridors. The code lists both existing and potential and suggests that when service is started is when the code would begin asking for transit supportive infrastructure and amenities on corridors. And we're suggesting that rather than wait for that service to actually start, if the city is amenable, that you should start asking for those things when new transit service is in our 5-year work plan is anticipated on a corridor. Purpose for that is that by the time those things are built and the transit is there, then we're not trying to play catch up to it. So more than happy to work with staff on what the appropriate language is and where that should go, but we think it's important to include that. There's also a section that talks about amenities that might be used to get parking reductions and other things, or that might be required in general. And again, we just thought it might be stronger if transit infrastructure were listed as included in those kinds of amenities that might be considered. So specifically, sorry, I already covered the number 3, so I skipped ahead to number 3 and asked for the transit services that are programmed in our 5-year work plan. And then finally, in the MX4, MX5, and MXU zones, in addition to anticipating when transit might become available, the city also expects to receive applications that will receive reduced parking requirements if certain things are done. And in support of transit, we ask that in those sections that prior to submitting application, certainly after pre-app, but prior to submitting application, that the applicant be required to come and meet with VRT and understand before their application goes in the kinds of things that we would need so that the application process would just be smoother. That would happen not only on applications in those zones, but also on the Capitol Boulevard overlay district where specifically transit bus stops are called out. We ask that any development there come to us before application so we can work with them before those applications go in. We think, again, that that would be just a lot smoother process for everyone. And then finally, the city anticipates doing some transportation demand management requirements in return for parking reductions. And we just want to note that there's a couple of things about that section we think could be stronger. First, you could add 2 additional things to the list, number 17 and 18, that would be website links to car sharing, ride hailing, and other on-demand services, and also providing emergency ride home services. We're also concerned that the way it reads today, it looks like just a grab bag of things that doesn't have any priority. And we know from experience that some things are more effective than others in transportation demand management, and suggest maybe not as part of this code or maybe as part of this code, but certainly somewhere that the city prioritize those transportation demand management strategies so that you know which ones, so that you wouldn't just accept all the low-hanging fruit and say, oh, that's good enough, but you'd require at least some of the more difficult things that will produce more results. And then finally, we note that Valley Regional Transit, as well as Commuter Ride, also already offer transportation demand services. VRT is looking right now to expand ours and just ask that the city work with us as they work on this section and how they will implement it and how they'll enforce it, and hope to build a partnership with both us and Commuter Ride to ease the burden on staff, frankly, and I think maybe ultimately have better transportation demand services. The last thing that's in here that I didn't mention is perhaps requiring recommendations on transportation demand services in TISs if those are demanded of certain things. Again, it just eases the burden on staff and kind of broadens what the possibilities might be. And just thank you so much for the opportunity to come tonight since I couldn't come Monday. And also, by the way, thank you. I know from experience what a commitment this is, especially in a week like this when you're here every night. So thank you for that as well.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you, Elaine. Commission, any questions for Elaine while we've got her up right now? Mrs. Danley. No pressure. Please, Mo. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So it's a lot for me to take in on the dais, right?
Yeah,
And-
sure.
And, you know, it all makes sense to me. I'm always hesitant to get involved in intergovernmental coordination issues, because a lot of times there's stuff we don't know about how these different entities work together. It all sounds reasonable to me.
Mhm.
So I don't have any detailed questions other than, you know, my sense is we direct staff before it goes to council to try and work with VRT and incorporate what we can.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. I think that's probably the overarching message I
Right.
got from you, Elaine, is just
I mean,
proactive, good communication
reasonable.
moving forward. Right. Which I think we would all be supportive of course, up here.
I think, Chris, and you might comment at first blush, the TDM issues are the most impactful and kind of the most important part of this memo and how to get those done right. And I think what Elaine is suggesting is that VRT be involved early and majorly in doing those TDM assessments. And I just don't know enough about how those work to know. I mean,
Sure.
I don't know. I mean, it sounds good to me.
Yeah. Agreed.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Danley.
Yeah, to the TDM point briefly, yeah, what we don't want is for a developer to come along pick the simplest thing and have a big parking reduction and not be an effective program. That's not the point. That's not the spirit. I do have one question.
Holding what?
In 49 parts. No, I'm just kidding. And it's also a question, I guess, of Tim, but I'll kind of call you Director Clegg now. I'm going to call you Director Clegg. So we have these three routes, the best in class, State Street, Vista, and Fairview. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other routes, Broadway, Overland, Franklin, at least, and there's Emerald. There's a ton more that we know. And so I'm curious the general train of thought of not necessarily, this sort of the conversion that's being discussed that led off this evening to all of them. I understand that. But Broadway is also a gateway corridor, as an example. Overland is a major arterial and a parallel route to the interstate, right? Franklin as well. And so I'm just curious, why didn't those make it into the final draft? And any thoughts that you might have, Director?
Want me to take it first? Or
You go ahead. I
Okay,
can answer that.
I'll take it on first and allow Tim to back clean up. I would say this, right now, we've made the commitment in both the Transportation Action Plan that the city wrote themselves and in the VRT Valley Connect 2.0 and in our Transportation Development Plan, which is essentially our 5-year work plan, that those three routes will receive the highest and best use first. Having said that, my vision in the next few years, I hope that we'll realize this in the planning processes, is that we identify really a core network in the city of Boise that's necessary to get people to all of the major destinations in the city. I don't know exactly what the goal will be yet, but something like 70% of the population can get to 70% of the destinations. And so as we do that work, I expect that we'll identify a network that we may not serve yet because we don't have the funding, but we anticipate and plan to serve and needs to be served so that it will be successful, and that anticipating transit on those corridors would make them transit ready and able to better provide the service when we get to the point where we do have the funding. So that's why I'm suggesting our 5-year work plan, because I anticipate as we develop that network that we'll be putting those in the work plan. Having said that, there's also some smaller routes, and I don't know yet exactly what's going to happen to all of those. But again, I anticipate a planning process that identifies better service even on those smaller routes in terms of maybe making them neighborhood circulators that run more often rather than running all of them downtown if we know there's a good network to connect to, for instance, or at least interlining them so that they can get to more destinations and move more frequently. So underneath that, again, I'd anticipate that the city would support transit-ready kinds of strategies on those and maybe a little lower intensity than you might see on those bigger corridors. But right now, I think the call is right. We have those 3 corridors that we know are going to have frequent service. We know are going to be there. But I would ask that the city anticipate our planning and work with us on that.
And I'll just add, Commissioner Danley, that when we started discussing the MX3 and the importance of it last summer, that discussion that you just raised is one that we had in the community last summer. And we talked specifically about Broadway and Overland. And where we came to was that, again, back to the structure of this ordinance being correct, is we're adding the MX3 for specifically those corridors, those transit corridors. We decided to just stick with the 3 because that's where we have the best service now. Recognizing, and even in discussions publicly last summer, saying it could be that we extend that to other places eventually when we feel like we've gotten the service where it needs to be in these first 3 and we can move to other corridors. But I'll also mention that along Broadway and Overland, we also have activity centers. I mentioned transit corridors and activity centers. So we have activity centers on Broadway and Overland that get MX3 zoning. So an example is on Overland out in that area that's very commercial. So out kind of where the 84 and all that comes together, there's activity center there, which is a great bus route. And we've already got interest in redeveloping what are vast surface parking lots today into places with people and housing and things. So we don't completely miss them. We get them through those activity centers, and we felt like that was the best place to land right now.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Mooney, yeah, please.
I think I've got a question for both directors regarding public space and the roads in ACHD. One of the big frustrations that we often have is with the traffic impact studies and how we digest that, and how the TIS is clearly auto-centric and we haven't graduated beyond that. So I'm curious as to your thoughts on, do we need to do anything different in the code with the TIS, or is it addressed properly? And I guess that's a question for both directors.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney. I would start by saying I share your frustration with traffic impact studies. I think they often tell us the worst of what might happen in the future regarding cars, and they don't anticipate anything in terms of pedestrians or bicyclists or transit use. And they don't talk about the trade-offs that you might achieve in car use if you were able to achieve more in the others. So to the extent that the traffic impact study industry has progressed enough to be able to do those kinds of studies that would show those trade-offs and anticipate other than car movement, I think it would behoove the city to investigate those and begin moving that direction. Having said that, I don't know that the industry is quite there yet. And so I am suggesting that at least today, if there is a traffic impact study requested, that at least address transit in terms of the infrastructure that might be needed and the transportation demand management trade-offs that could be achieved or should be achieved as part of it, as a starting point.
And Commissioner Mooney, I'll just mention that we do not require transportation impact statements presently. That is a requirement that is comes through ACHD. But we do, and we talked about this throughout this process of the zoning ordinance in the context of the kinds of findings that we have relative to development and how important it is for us to shift from this sole concentration on vehicle speed and vehicle operation at intersections to one that is mostly focused on pedestrian and non-vehicle travel, but addresses all modes of transportation. So in the implementation of this, while we don't require a TIS, we'll be asking people to address other modes of transportation as the primary concern of the city.
Okay. All right. Ms. Clegg, thank you very much. Good to
Thank
see you.
again.
Appreciate your input.
Really appreciate it. Take
Yeah.
care.
You do. Okay. All right. Before we get back into testimony, Commissioner Gillespie did us all a favor and put a few thoughts down based on the testimony we received last night. So Milt, would you like to share some of your thoughts?
So late last night and this morning, I went through my 9 pages of notes. I think there's 90 people who testified, and I tried to synthesize it down to a short list. And then I tried to sort the list of issues by importance and impact and how often we heard it. It's just a way that I'm organizing my thoughts and questions, and to sort of make sure that at the end of the day, either in Q&A on the record or in our deliberations or in our recommendations, that we address all the things that we heard all these good folks talk about. So I was just going to pass my list out and read it into the record so that everybody's aware. There's just one person, my way of organizing everything. So here's Milt's list of new zoning code issues in order of importance and impact. Number 1, R1C dimension changes, lot size, street frontage allowed density. Number 2, automatic R2 changes in MX adjacent parcels along State, Vista, and Fairview. Number 3, parking minimum reductions. Number 4, multi-unit and ADA rules for the R zones. Number 5, CUP approval criteria changes. Number 6, MX zone height minimums of 4 stories. Number 7, CUP conditions met before construction, not after, kind of a code enforcement. Number 8, affordability definitions, incentives, and effectiveness. Number 9, the question of infrastructure before density, the chicken or egg issue. Number 10, notification and approval of procedural changes for type 1 and type 2 permits, implementation of the hearing examiner model, and in particular, I'm concerned about no appeal for variance decisions, or maybe I didn't see it. Number 11, fence requirements for WUI parcels abutting open space. Number 12, 5G and wireless tower siting criteria. Number 13, the procedure and timing of this process for adopting this new zoning code. Number 14, electronic sign dwell time, 20 versus 8 seconds. And I just added a 15th one, and I haven't sorted it by importance. It's just 15 because I just heard it, which is dealing with the VRT memo dated April 20, 2023. Just a way to organize maybe our comments and questions and thoughts, and you can totally disregard it because it's worth what you paid for it.
All right, Milt, great. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so just a couple of reminders to you all here in the audience tonight. So on Monday night this week, we heard from staff. We heard a staff presentation. It took about an hour between their presentation and Q&A, and then we heard from a handful of the neighborhood associations. So every neighborhood association was contacted within the city. We heard from, I think, about a dozen on Monday night, maybe 13. Is that right? So that's what happened on Monday. And then last night we did a quick Q&A with staff to type a few loose ends from Monday. And then we spent the bulk of last night in public testimony, hearing from folks just like you all. So that's where we are now. We'll pick up public testimony again right now. We have the online sign up list. We're going to run through that top to bottom to start us all out. I believe we had a sign up in the hallway as well, which I don't have at the moment, but that's totally fine. There it is. Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So by online sign up, you mean people who might be here who signed up
Online ahead of time.
as well as people who signed up online who might be online.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. That's right. So I will call names on this list. If you're here, terrific. The podium is right here. If you're online, terrific. We'll get you set up online to speak to the audience. And that's what staff is here to help us with. If you testified last night, you cannot testify again. Okay, so I'm just gonna be very clear about that up front. You all get, for those of you that did not testify, welcome. You'll get 3 minutes when you begin testimony. Please start with your name and address. We're going to be pretty rigid with the time. So when you get to 3 minutes, I have to cut you off. And that's my least favorite part of this job. So the clock will be up here to your right. It'll tell you where you're at on your time. Please keep an eye on that if you don't mind. Again, if we have any cheering, clapping, applause, jeers, that sort of thing, I've got to shut it down. Okay. We're here to listen to everybody, in support and against the zoning code rewrite. We want to get all your thoughts and your comments. So let's keep it civil, please. With that, we will kick us off. We're going to start. We had a few names from last night that we called who did not testify. So we're going to run through that list first, and then we'll start with the fresh names after that. So starting out first, Nina Schaefer, who I believe is online. And then we have Hillary Vaughn, Jason White, and Scott Schoenher. All right, Crystal, thank you. Ms. Schaefer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi there.
Hi, thank you so much. And I apologize for missing my slot yesterday. It got all mixed up in my calendar, so I appreciate the time to do so again. My name is Nina Schaefer, and I live at 117 South Dot Street. I am here to express my strong support for the modern zoning code. I was born and raised in Boise. I am an alumni from Boise State and a renter on the Depot Bench. I try to remain active in my community through being involved with my neighborhood associations, through nonprofits and volunteer experiences. My family all lives in and around Boise, and right now my partner and I are entering the market to buy our first home. And I wanted just to share some insights that I've seen. And I know this isn't absolute data on the market, but yesterday, as we were looking, I saw 9 townhomes under $350,000 and 3 houses under the same price range. Of those houses, 2 of them had a lot of repair that was needed. And then on that, I would also add that in the last 3 years, the friends that I've had that has purchased homes for the first time, they've all been townhomes. I share this to show how I think the modern zoning code will allow for more opportunities for first-time home buyers that want to live here and be involved with their community. It's so important that future generations and current young professionals can settle here and continue to serve our community. And I do believe that our future generations and millennials now aren't adverse to the idea of multifamily housing, living in duplexes, townhomes, and are really interested in any space that can bring them in within the community and of course help them build their life in our Boise neighborhoods. I also wanted to give kudos to the city for their engagement process. This has been in the works for 3 years. As someone mentioned last night, it was something that came up with the previous administration. It was in all of the emails that I received from the city over the last few years. And I even received physical information in our trash bills on it, which I thought was really awesome. I've seen a lot of news over the years of other cities across North America updating their zoning code in similar ways. And a lot of them have passed them through a simple hearing process, maybe 2 or 3 meetings, easily within a year. And I really think it's important to call out how hard the planning team has worked to provide as many opportunities as they could. Anyone in community engagement knows it's really hard to get everyone. And I think that effort was really obvious. And I really appreciate the staff for putting in all that work. To end, I just wanted to say, I was tuning in last night after I was a little late to my slot, but I think it's really exciting to see the younger folks expressing their support for the modern zoning code rewrite. It's not the typical crowd that we often see at public hearings, and I think it's exciting to see that this is something that is exciting our next generation and current young professionals to get out there and support the modern zoning code. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Hillary Vaughn. Okay, Jason White. Scott Schoenher. Okay, Kelly Tagg. Staff, I'm kind of not paying attention online too much, so just grab me if I'm missing somebody. Christian Moore. Greg Ostro. Great. And then after Mr. Ostro, Ethan Mansfield, Jay Razgershek, Jana Wickham, Kathy Corliss.
My slides, please. I got 2 slides. Hi.
Yeah,
Hi, my name is Greg Oster. I live at 201 East Louisa Street.
maybe back up a little bit from the mic.
Okay.
There you go.
Like you, I think you've seen some of my work. I am a volunteer. I've not been paid a nickel for the work I've done, hundreds of hours on the R1C zone. And I'm bringing you what I designed this morning. I started a project on my property on 201 East Louisa Street. It is a townhome. I can legally split my lot into 2. I can demo my house because I'm in incentive 1. I have no demo limitation in incentive 1. I have no floor area ratio of 55%. So I have a 1,393 square foot basement, 1,393 square foot first floor, 1,278 square foot second floor, and then a bathroom on the sun deck with a hot tub and a big screen TV. So when the 55% FAR was taken off in the last draft, it doubled my size that I could put on my property. Okay. When you took the height transition off, you basically doubled my ability to double the size of my building. I want to let you know that today I can do a duplex with an ADU on my property. I can do a triplex with a conditional use permit. So I'm asking you, what are we gaining? Okay, we didn't go in and there's been no science. The only person that I know of that's been illustrating this thing is myself. I'm going to give shout out to the city staff with limited time and limited resources to be able to put something like this together. Come on, good. My credentials are, I graduated 1984 from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, magna cum laude. Licensed in California in 1987, moved to Idaho, licensed in Idaho in 1996. What are we gaining? Taller, larger, more expensive units. Now, once again, my bandwidth is the R1C zone, okay? In this 100 hours, I still have questions. I still have confusion. I've been doing these things for almost 40 years, okay? And I don't blame staff. So I stand here in front of you, humbled, confused, but not defeated. I am willing to meet with anyone, anytime, regardless of their view on the rewrite, to review and analyze the rewrite without prejudice. Unfortunately, nobody wants to talk about the details of this. It wants to be pushed off. So this project that you see in front of you, which is going to be bitching, is going to probably be submitted to the city the day after this thing is approved. So I want to thank you, and I want to tell you, come on, we can do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ethan Mansfield, Jay Razgorshek, Jana Wickham, Benjamin Donovan Chivitz.
So I'm going to cede my time to Brian Huffaker, who's the president of Hawkins Companies. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, we just had.
I'm going to cede my time to Brian Huffaker, president of Hawkins Companies. He has to get to dinner and didn't sign up in advance, so I'll just go later.
Nice guy. Thank you, Ethan. Brian Huffaker, CEO of Hawkins Companies, 855 West Broad Street here in Boise. Hawkins Companies has been over 45 years developing commercial properties, developing 13 million square feet and actively managing 4 million square feet across 28 different states. So we've seen the good and bad of zoning regulations across the country. We're in general support of the objectives of the changes in trying to achieve higher densities, more visually appealing standards, and even more efficient process. But we feel that there are some standards that we believe are detrimental to the businesses and to the public. The zoning regulations are not advantageous or disadvantageous to developers, but rather they have the longest lasting impact to the businesses who have to occupy those properties and comply with those standards. And if those businesses cannot accommodate the demands of their customers, they will not be profitable to provide employment and to provide the tax base that's needed with the city. We oppose any of the reduction or limitation on the parking standards. The discussion Monday night about Winco having a fair amount of unused parking is a little short-sighted. And it's not Winco itself, it's really any retail business. Pick any business, their parking must accommodate the peak demands of their customers during their peak periods, whether that's evenings, weekends, or the make it or break it season of the holiday season. You take away the business's ability to service the volume of customers, and it results in struggling businesses, maybe failing businesses, who then have to terminate employees and have no sales to provide sales tax. We oppose the requirements for drive-through facilities to be located in an enclosed in an enclosed space. It does drive up the cost, of course, to the business and to the customers, but to what purpose? We believe alternative screening methods can be used to achieve the same aesthetic result at a much more reasonable method. We oppose restricting any parking or drive-through lane between buildings in the street, as not every commercial street in the city needs to be like downtown. We would also oppose the excess of short-term bicycle parking as illustrated on slide 50 on Monday's presentation, but that might have been a typo. In closing, it feels as though the code is trying to force people out of cars and under the premise that everyone will walk to their destinations. That is not the reality of nearly all residents, nor will it ever be the majority of all residents. These standards, our goal is to ensure that the businesses of the community can be successful in providing goods and services to their customers, hire employees, and contribute to the tax base. We just ask that you consider the significant impacts that are being imposed upon the businesses and employers and find a better balance. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I
Bill.
have some questions.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, what was your name?
Brian Huffaker.
Mr. Huffaker. So I'm a little bit confused. So let's just walk through hypothetical. So you want to build a commercial building and you're concerned that you can't put enough parking into the project because there's no minimums? The minimums are just, you can always put more if you want up to the maximum. Are you
Sure.
really concerned about the maximums?
More concerned about the maximums. There are some concerns on the minimum
Why?
side.
Don't build them. Put more on. You can choose. Like it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If
Yeah.
if it says you can have a zero parking apartment building, it doesn't say you must. You can put as much parking on. It's a free market for parking.
Sure.
You get to choose how much parking you want to sell with your building. Minimums and maximums are just constraints on your free choice. And so I'm not quite sure
Sure, Chairman, Commissioner.
why you want them.
Yeah, I would agree that you are correct in that the minimums probably don't matter as much, right? That's what the demand will be. If a business wants to use street parking, so be it. So the concern is more on the maximum side. Some of those reductions, a small restaurant that can only have a maximum of 2 parking spaces might not even cover the employee parking. It's that I was more referring to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Baker.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Jay Razgershek. Jana Wickham. Benjamin Donovan Chafetz. Kathy Corliss. Scott Piesch. Or Aaron Piesch. Pietschsch. Okay. Mitchell Lee. Dave Morris, who I think is online staff.
Hello, am I live?
You are. Hello.
Hi. Hey, thank you so much. My name is Dave Morris, and I have lived and worked in the Treasure Valley for 10 years, 8 of those in Boise's North End. My family and I moved from Michigan 10 years ago. We're not wealthy by any means, but we are a dual income family. My wife works in healthcare IT. I've spent most of my career in nonprofit work. Were we not a dual income family, there is no way we would be able to afford to live just about anywhere in the city any longer, and certainly not where we do now. And in fact, as attractive as living in Boise would be, as part of the calculus, housing costs would prohibit us from deciding to move here. I guess I should also say that where my wife works, she works for one of the large hospitals in the area. Affordability and available housing is one of the key obstacles, barriers to their recruitment efforts. But we're fine. My family and I are fine. And what concerns me is the growing number of people who are no longer able to afford to live in this city. I've been an organizational leader for quite a long time, at times responsible for very large staff teams. And during the past 5 years especially, I lost good people who could no longer afford to live anywhere near their workplace. My son graduates from college in a few weeks with a technical degree that makes him very employable, and he would love to return to Boise, but he's already determined that it's not feasible for him to do so. And I see that the proposed code rewrite will allow for greater density in a market that's desperately lacking housing stock. It'll provide measurable income-based affordability requirements. And I want to live in a community that's accessible to more than just those who are fortunate enough to be here already or wealthy enough to afford one of the increasingly limited number of homes in the city. So I wholeheartedly support the code rewrite, and I want to thank you for this platform.
And thank you. Okay, Elizabeth Norton. And then Christina Bruce Benyon, who I believe is online staff. And then Christy Warhurst and Wendy Matson.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Beth Norton. I live at 617 South 13th Street, and I'm here to testify in support of this zoning code update. Just as a warning, I am a comedian, so I'm not going to be able to offer any real technical input here. But I produce shows, so I generate income for local venues, and I create opportunities for performing arts and contribute to the culture scene. I also work full-time at a nonprofit. And I volunteer at least once per year for the Idaho Trails Association, doing hard manual labor to continue to provide access to the outdoors for Idahoans. I say all this just to paint the picture of all of the things that I contribute to Idaho and to my city, and I work really hard at, and none of which pay very well or sometimes at all. And the only reason why I've been able to stay in Boise and weather the pandemic and this housing boom is because 4 years ago, I lucked into an affordable rental. I lived in a mixed zoning area right now, and I feel like it's important to just speak for myself and my neighbors in light of a lot of testimony that's gone on and a lot of bias that I hear about myself and the people that I live around. I live in a 4-story apartment building. It's surrounded by businesses, senior apartments, and single-family homes. There's a homeless shelter in my neighborhood and a street that has become a temporary home for people living in motorhomes and trailers and their cars. I know this might terrify some people here and that this is their worst case scenario and what they're afraid of. But this might surprise you to hear. It's actually just fine. We all live and we let each other live. And the only thing that I really find in my neighborhood that is truly atrocious is the giant blacktop parking lot that is used only once per week for the Boise Farmers Market and contributes to the amplification of sound off 15th and 16th Streets and the highway. My neighbors are mostly elderly people on fixed incomes. Many have physical limitations, and they nearly all have at least one small dog. We are like any other neighborhood. We admire each other's cats through our windows. We say hello in passing, and we even have a bench in our mailbox area where we put things that we don't need or want. I have enough yarn to knit sweaters for a year should I learn how. In the interest of time, skip through some of this stuff. When somebody looks unwell or they need help, we help each other. I once helped my distraught neighbor find his wallet. It was in his jacket pocket. Sometimes people squabble over picking up dog poop, but generally we're pretty good, and never, in fact, once have I stepped in dog doo in my mixed zoning, affordable housing heavy neighborhood. Not everybody wants to live sequestered off from their neighbors. Some of us want to live in community with other people. Some of us need that, and we need that choice. So I would argue that this zoning code provides the opportunity for people who are actively seeking that kind of living, and for people who need it not just in an affordability way, but in a mental health way. For those who say that this might change the character of their neighborhoods, I would say good. It sounds like they need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christina Bruce Benyon's next. She's online staff. Then Christy Warhurst, Wendy Matson, Bonnie Hardy, and David Allen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
Hi. My name is Christina Bruce Benyon, and I'm a longtime resident of the Treasure Valley, and currently the executive director at the Wasma Center for Human Rights. And my address is 5608 North Cattail Way. And just would like to thank everyone who's been putting so much work and thought into this. And I am just, so thank you for taking time to give us all an opportunity to speak. The work that we do at the Wasma Center is really focused on human rights education. However, the ultimate goal of our work is to foster communities that are committed to creating a sense of belonging for all residents. Housing access and choice are fundamental to feeling like you belong somewhere and are really critical elements in the health and well-being of an individual or a family. However, many housing zoning policies have historically worked against creating belonging by intentionally creating separation and what we call othering. So that's kind of where we're creating distance and sort of identifying others we may not want in our neighborhood. Through practices like redlining and exclusionary language in housing deeds that we are still working to rectify decades later. Here in Boise, for example, in the past, the River District was created through redlining and then eventually largely demolished to make way for commercial and other development, a double whammy for families living in that area. The long-term consequences of denying people access to stable housing options can be generational in terms of wealth, equity, and belonging. Even though we now have many legal protections against overt discrimination in housing, we still see efforts to exclude people from housing and neighborhoods, whether they are new Americans, families with children, seniors, LGBTQ, unhoused, low income, or others. These efforts can intentionally or unintentionally be supported by zoning codes. So we need codes that are more inclusive and aim to increase housing options for a wider swath of residents. Boise has a great opportunity at this time to use every tool it has available to create a vibrant, affordable, inclusive city, in part through its housing zoning policies. And I do remember hearing last night that's different than inclusionary policies. I heard that clarification last night. I personally like to imagine a city where neighborhoods include a variety of people, businesses, and affordable needed housing solutions. These types of neighborhoods break down barriers and build a community of belonging. And I think Boise is at this kind of inflection point right now. So I just basically want to express my support. And I think that this new zoning code or the proposed zoning code could go a long ways to mitigating some of the policies and practices of the past that have led to neighborhoods and parts of the city that are separated from others. So thank you very much for your time and good luck with the rest of the process.
Thank you. Okay, Christy Warhurst. And then Wendy Matson, Bonnie Hardy, David Allen, and Kristen Overstreet.
Okay. Hello, Chairman and Committee. I actually am against this, and I live in 3718 North Pepperwood Drive. I'm a homeowner, and I've been here all my life, and I don't live in an apartment. I own my home, and I really enjoy my neighborhood. We're spread apart, and I get along with my neighbors, and I don't have to be in an apartment building. But first, I am currently not represented, and I actually agree with a lot of the people that are against this, so I don't want to rehash that. But I am currently not represented in my District 2 area. Now, as a city councilman has been appointed, one of which I did not vote for. Second, there's a mayoral and city council election that will be this November. Why can't we wait until after that election when the Boise community will have the opportunity to vote for their representative? Third, I actually had a pretty thought out, and I did a submission before, was it March 20th or whatever? And I was going to say that, but I watched the meeting on Monday on the Zoom. One of the commissioners talked about the word upzone. He described how the word used to mean where where you went from one zone to the next. And through the years, the word upzone has been spliced and has lost its meaning. Then he described how this is not an upzone. It's a larger lot going smaller, essentially implying it's a decrease, even though there will be more density. He additionally commented that the committee will be gaslit by 200 people on upzoning on Tuesday. The origins of gaslighting is from an old movie. It is a subjective experience of having one's reality repeatedly questioned by another. Upzone, code modernization, Boise blueprint, code next. Why would someone accuse an entire group that may disagree with this as gaslighters? High density is high density. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wendy Matson. Then Bonnie Hardy, David Allen, Kristen Overstreet, Bill Basham.
Hello, I'm Wendy Matson. I live at 302 North Garden Street.
You can pull that down if you'd like. Make it a little more comfortable. There you
I'm
go.
short for my height.
You got it.
I live at 302 North Garden Street here in Boise on the bench. A long time, been here since 87, well, 74, most of my life. I am against this. I would like a delay for the vote. I believe it's an undemocratic process that allows current city council to vote, and 3 districts aren't represented, and that's one of mine. And 2 members were appointed by the mayor. That seems undemocratic to me. Also, this would displace seniors, long-term residents, and low-income people like me. And my home is my life. It's my sacred space. And also, increasing density is denuding the city of Boise, the city of trees, of our trees and open spaces. I'm really against it because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bonnie Hardy. David Allen. Kristen Overstreet. And Bill Basham. Is that- Okay. All right. Bruce Mastorovich, and then Shellen Rodriguez and Chris Runyon.
Hi, my name is Bruce Mastorovich. I live at 450 West Grove Street. I'm a little concerned about some of the, like what we just heard with the sort of delay conversation. I think it's not exactly representing the situation when we say that people didn't get to vote on this. We heard from Elaine Clegg a minute ago, who was one of the council members who was replaced, that she was in support of the code. So if the new council member has a similar position, that is representing that district. And I just think kind of this delay tactic, we've seen a lot kind of across the country the last few years. We saw 2016, Barack Obama was supposed to be able to appoint a Supreme Court justice, and we got told that he was a lame duck and we had to wait a year. And I don't think that really went very well. The other thing I want to circle back to is transit and kind of traffic. I think traffic more so. I think increasing density in town is a good idea, and I think it's not going to have the same impact on our most critical traffic, which is rush hour, that we do see already kind of coming from the surrounding towns. Those people, if they live in Boise, they're not going to drive as far, so they're not contributing as much on that level. And they're not all heading west in the morning. They're not all heading east in the evening. They might be going west. They might be going east. They, a lot of times, are driving in the opposite direction of the traffic jam. So I think the study that you guys talked about earlier would be very interesting, but I don't think there's really a need to delay for that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Shellen Rodriguez, and then Chris Runyon, and then Evan Stewart.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you for having me. Shellen Rodriguez with SMR Development. Do you need my address?
We do, yeah.
Address is 520. My office is at 520 West Idaho. And I have the privilege and to live over in the East End, which I feel really fortunate to be able to do. And I certainly would not be able to do that today if I moved to Boise, and my family wouldn't. But with that said, I just very quickly, I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee. So I did quick math, and you've heard from a lot of us, you know, over 100 hours in meetings, not to mention the studying up that I know we've all done. So this has been really a thoughtful process, and there was 30 of us. We took public comment. They were all on Zoom. I can commend staff to the utmost degree in how much they took from me, both by way of comments in those settings, by way of emails and just general discussion. So this doesn't come from nowhere, right? This comes from a place of a lot of thought, a lot of drafts, a lot of revisions. So I just want to set that stage for a minute. I will also say that I'm absolutely in support of your approval and moving this forward, and hopefully City Council would approve the new zoning code. But as an affordable housing developer and consultant, I just want to point out that this is not perfect. The zoning code is not perfect, and I don't believe a perfect zoning code exists. So I think it's very critical to not let perfect get in the way of much, much better than what we currently have. From an affordable housing perspective, there are incentives. I sent some written comments in ways if you were to choose to make some revisions, I made a couple things, or I listed a couple things that you could consider. But for the purpose of my testimony now, I just want to point out, when I hear about how the structure of the code is well thought out, I concur, and how we need to revisit it at certain times, I concur. But I want to point out that this is hard, and zoning is not a silver bullet to creating affordable housing in our community. It is certainly an important factor, and it must get out of the way of developers to create affordability, but it won't do it alone. So in month 12, and there's not a bunch of affordable housing, it doesn't mean that people aren't thinking about it and considering it. And I want to just a quick perspective. The housing bonus ordinance, which was one of the largest incentives that I think the city of Boise has done in quite some time to create affordability, I believe, and the staff can certainly correct me, was put into place in early 2020. I was part of a team of developers who just opened the first 48 units that were newly constructed using that housing bonus ordinance here in February of 2023. So 3 years later, and we went as fast as we could go. 3 years later is what it took us to build multifamily affordable housing. And that was not using public funds in a meaningful way, I should say. So I just want to put that in perspective, and I hope that you can support this code.
Thank you. Okay, Chris Runyon. And then Evan Stewart, Tiffany Perigo, and Julianne Donnelly Sewell.
Thank you. Thank you, commission members, for listening to my concerns about the code. My name is Chris Runyon. I live at 606 Brookdale Drive in the East End. I do not support the proposed code due to the lack of details about the impacts of lowering the minimum lot size in R1C zones. Smaller minimum lot sizes will increase the number of lots that can be split into two. The unfortunate but obvious truth about this is that for established cities like Boise, this means already affordable homes and rentals will be the first to be demolished and trucked off to the landfill. Now on to some specifics. The current minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet. An earlier draft was 4,000, and now we're at 3,500. Obvious question, why did the city keep decreasing the lot size, and how will it change the number of existing lots that can be split? In my neighborhood of 226 homes located off Warm Springs, the total number of lots increases from 14% to 94%. That's an almost 600% increase. In the South End neighborhood of 834 homes, it went from 33% to 95%. I've looked at almost 4,000 parcels so far using the Ada County Assessor's GIS map. And these results can be reasonably assumed for any R1C residential neighborhood with lot sizes 7,000 square feet or larger. If one were to scale this out across the city, we are talking about massive changes in the number of lots that can be split. Shouldn't the commission ask the city for data on this change? The city of Boise's website says the new code will protect the character of the neighborhood and will protect the character of unique neighborhoods. Recently, Mr. King stated this zone proposes increases in density that are very appropriate to Boise. This isn't dramatic changes. If this is what the commission and the average Boiseans are hearing from the city, no wonder no one is concerned. Like Commissioner Gillespie's question on Monday about the number of parcels upzoned along corridors, I urge the commission to ask the city about the change in the number of lots that can be split. If the city can't answer this question, it means they don't know the outcome of what they're proposing. Without this information, the commission cannot make an informed decision on how much demolition is expected to take place. Thank you for your time and consideration. What I have up there on the screen is a picture of my neighborhood. It shows those red lots on the left. Those are the lots that can be split today. The one on the right, all those red lots, will be available to be split when the code passes. And that needs to be disclosed to Boise residents. That is not a dramatic. This is what Director King, you considered this not a dramatic change. I would argue that it is. And so I just urge you guys to really ask on that data. I think it's easy to get.
Mr. Chairman.
Bill, we're going to be careful with questions because we got to get through all this testimony. Okay. We didn't ask any questions last night, so I want to be mindful of that moving forward. Okay.
I'm sorry, your name is?
Chris Runyon.
Mr. Runyon. So when you calculated the red ones, did you take into account the required street frontage? Or did you just look at the square feet? And if it was bigger than 7,000, you colored it red?
No, the minimum street length is 25 feet. So I made sure all those parcels were at least 50 feet.
Great.
And I did that analysis for almost 4,000 parcels. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Up next, Evan Stewart, Tiffany Perigo, then Julianne Donnelly Sewell, and Morgan DeCarl.
My name is Evan Stewart. I live at 2930 North 38th Street, and I'm in support of the code. I work at a nonprofit based in Boise that serves people at risk of eviction and homelessness by providing resources, case management services, and emergency rental assistance. Recently, we've seen a significant rise in eviction filings throughout the Treasure Valley at approximately 3,000 over the past few years. Over 90% of those filings due to the inability to keep up with high rental payments. Also, the local rental market has seen a 40% rent increase within the last few years, which is nearly double the national average. With limited housing supply or affordable options, and more people struggling, living paycheck to paycheck, who work hard to pay their bills and rent on time. My agency's volume of people applying for housing assistance has increased by 555%. What we hear on a daily basis from people is they can't afford their rent, they had an unexpected emergency and are on the brink of homelessness, or they cannot find anything affordable in the area. Currently, we're in the midst of a housing crisis in the Treasure Valley. Something needs to change. I think this new zoning code measure is a step in the right direction. I believe that it will allow for more diversity for housing options and choices, and more affordable options for people that feel like they're getting priced out of the city. I hope that the commission does approve the measure, the code, as I believe this is a necessary change to help out our community and to continue to make Boise a great and welcoming place for all people. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tiffany Perigo, then Julianne Donnelly Sewell, and Morgan DeCarl.
Hello. That is how you pronounce my last name, so thank you. Nobody ever gets it right.
I get one out of every 10. Yeah, thank you.
So I am Tiffany. I'm a graduate student at Boise State and an eviction court case manager at Jesse Tree. I have done an extensive amount of research related to affordable housing and housing availability. I have also lived experience interacting with community members who are desperately trying to find new housing after rental increases cause them to no longer be able to afford their current living situation. Sorry, I'm also pregnant. I feel like I ran up here. While lack of affordable housing and housing in general is not a unique issue to Boise, we are seeing sky-high prices for one-bedroom rentals in Boise, making it nearly impossible for individuals, let alone families, to have the most basic human need of housing. I myself can attest to the need for affordable housing. My husband grew up here in the Treasure Valley, and most of his family lives not 10 minutes from where we are right now. We both work and go to school in Boise, but have no choice but to commute all the way from Nampa as we can't afford the housing prices here. My husband is a disabled vet holding a pretty high disability rating, meaning he receives a monthly benefit. And in addition, we both have jobs with decent salaries. However, due to being a family of 3, almost 4, the cost of childcare, transportation, food, and other necessary bills related to living, it would be a burden for us to move to Boise. I am in full support of the proposed modern zoning code, as it would allow more options for people who want to live and work in Boise. Boise is built on being a city to warmly open its arms to others, and this is no different. By continuing to come together to ensure families and kiddos have a warm bed to sleep in and call their own would be a big testament to the character of the city, and allowing additional housing and affordable housing would only enrich the lives of the communities around it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Juliana Donnelly Sewell. Okay. And then Morgan DeCarl, Esther Seha, and Denise Caruzi.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. It's Zul, the T is silent, no worries. I strongly support the revisions to the zoning code. Our community really needs a greater density of housing. Affordability is very, very hard to come by. And I'm going to share an anecdote and then a couple more comments and then wrap. Anecdote, I live at 1809 South Senator Street near Grace Jordan Elementary. I own the home, have owned the home for 9 years now. I could not afford the same home if I were to try and buy it now. It would be impossible for me to find a home that I would qualify for within city limits. I want to tell you a short story of a new neighbor of ours. This individual moved in a few weeks ago, very industrious, left every morning, came back every evening, was very quiet, kept to themselves, was a single middle-aged woman, maybe 55 years old or so. She was living in an RV parked on our street. I cannot believe that anyone would choose to live in an RV except out of desperation, because there simply aren't other affordable places to live. No one should be forced to do that. I also want to share that I think it's very important to preserve the economic diversity of our city. Our schools are better, our children learn more when they have a variety of people, a variety of life experiences woven into their experiences. To not create greater density is going to push out people who can't afford the prices that are going nowhere but up. I would also share that I also am a manager of a local nonprofit with over 80 employees. Most of the employees report how difficult it is to afford staying here in Boise. So we're not talking just about attracting new talent to our area. We're talking about retaining existing excellent talent that we could lose because they simply can't afford to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Morgan DeCarl. No. Online staff? No. Okay. Esther Seha. And then Denise Caruzi, Mike Wood, and Jennifer Dempsey.
My glasses on.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Esther Seha, and I reside at 3901 North Cambria Way, Boise, 83703. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I have to say this is the first time I've been here to provide official comment during P&Z since the start of COVID. So it's nice to be back. As a longtime Boise resident, I have had the opportunity to live in the Collister, the East End, Southeast, Boise, and Vista neighborhoods. I have only ever lived in an apartment, duplexes, a converted 300 square foot garage, and townhouses. I have watched Boise, really the entire Treasure Valley, grow dramatically, more so in the last 10 years. We have an opportunity to change how Boise grows through the zoning update. And while the proposed ordinance is not perfect, it is a great start. We have heard testimony from neighborhood associations and members of the public about waiting to get it right. Well, folks, the reality is it will never be right because someone or some group is going to fight whatever comes before you and the council. In my nearly 20 years of attending P&Z commission meetings and city council meetings, I can't think of a meeting I have been to where a development was supported by all neighbors. And Commissioner Gillespie, you've been here a long time. I don't know if you can. The time is now to move forward with this update. I support the proposed draft with the exception of the proposed R1A properties north of State Street between Sycamore and 39th Street. That's part of the Collister neighborhood, also known as the Sycamore Overlay. There are 2 additional properties to the north of Catalpa that are zoned in that manner. The original version of the zoning update reflected a change to the current zone in that area. It went up one. The residents in the area expressed their opposition to the zoning change, so it was left as low density in the proposed code before you. I have concerns with this approach for the following reason. And I had other concerns, but you guys have probably read them because I submitted additional comments. If you look at the conversion map, the city is proposing MX4 at the Collister Shopping Center area. MX4 is one of the highest densities. And if you know anything about transit-oriented development, you have high density, and then your density as it moves out kind of is a gradual lower. It lowers from high to eventually low density. And what we have here is MX4, and within 1/8 of a mile or about 1/8 of a mile, you have the lowest density, residential density available in the city. It doesn't make sense. And I have expressed my concern with that to the director, Director Keene. The changes in zoning should be applied across the city evenly. The city shouldn't be exempting specific parcels of neighborhoods. I'm sorry, specific parcels or neighborhoods from zoning. And one last thing, I was a member of the advisory committee and I heard some comments about it was a bunch of developers. Sorry, I'm not a planner. I'm not an architect. I'm not a real estate agent or a developer. I'm just a longtime resident that cares. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Denise Caruzzi. And then Mike Wood, Jennifer Dempsey, and Tony Torres.
Good evening. My name is Denise Caruzzi, and I live at 1102 North 19th. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you very much for the time and the process tonight. I strongly support your recommendation on this revision to Boise's zoning code. I truly appreciate the many opportunities I had to attend community meetings. I might be a little slow. Perhaps I didn't need multiple meetings. The answers to my many questions and the ongoing revisions that reflect some of my concerns. Because of the time the city has invested in citizen participation, I will call it the single most democratic process I've been involved in my lifetime. The code we're discussing should not be politicized, but based on a vision for our city, citizen inputs, and staff's research, best practice, and the professional standards that can best achieve them. Yes, upzone Boise. Stable, healthy cities must provide a variety of housing options that meet the needs of all our residents, including seniors, artists, students, young professionals, families, and those with limited abilities for access. The diversity of people and generations make us richer, and social interaction creates safer, healthier, and more stable neighborhoods. The city's economic stability, services, and employment viability depend on adequate housing. On a personal note, although I feel very fortunate to have a comfortable home, my daughter and her family cannot afford to live in Boise. My recent graduate grandchildren certainly cannot afford market-priced housing. Many of my clients who are experienced professionals are also unable to find affordable housing. We cannot risk limiting our city to people who are already here and comfortable. Single-family housing is and has always been exclusionary and limited to a few. We must do better. I appreciate this code as a single step and look forward to monitoring and adapting it as we go along, as they all have to. I also hope for more in the future, that it will prompt more abundant housing, sales as well as rentals, more investment and incentives in affordability at all levels of need, more tenant protections, more activity centers, green space, public spaces, fewer cars, and more interaction. My vision of Boise is vibrant, diverse, active, and interactive. Our housing gap is huge and does not accommodate the cross-sector of our community. Clear trends promise this will get even worse. The status quo is not an option. This change is already long overdue, and it will take time to make the impact we so badly need. I'm hopeful for our children and grandchildren, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Wood, Jennifer Dempsey, Tony Torres, and Michelle Larson.
If your name is called, you're welcome to come down and have a seat in the front row and just help us roll through this as efficiently as we can.
Good evening. I think I'm up. My name is Jennifer Dempsey, and I live at 3120 West Teton Street in the Depot Bench neighborhood. We ended up here over a decade ago, kind of by mistake, and because of its diversity, demographically and otherwise, we decided to stay. I support the zoning rewrite because personally, I want to see more walkable neighborhoods where the community can not only walk to work, but also grocery shop, grab a coffee or lunch without getting in a car. I moved from a place where I was commuting a large part of my day. Now in Boise, I walk or ride my bike to work. I'd like to see more bike lanes and pedestrian areas. And given that activity, I actually believe I'm a better person as a result of it. And it's been a game changer for me. I think that the zoning rewrite provides opportunities for those who wish to drive, as does Idaho in general. And I think for those who want to live in that environment, that option should be available as well. I support the zoning rewrite because affordability matters. Long-term affordable housing ensures a rich, diverse, and inclusive community. I am someone who owns a single-family home and fortunate enough to have afforded it at the time. And I welcome this zoning code change. I welcome the opportunity to embrace a more diverse community that looks different from me. Real quickly, I grew up in Tempe, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix. It's been a long time since I've lived there. I don't want to date myself, but Boise reminds me of the Tempe I grew up in. My parents still live there, and Tempe has made vast, impressive advances in the availability of light rail, the availability of local transit, and wide bike lanes. My parents, who are now 80 years old and are having difficulty driving, can access all the activities and places they want to because of the type of diverse transportation options that are available and the bus that they can take from one place to another. I do not think this is a zoning change that only is for the benefit of the young. I do think it will allow those who are elderly and might have difficulty getting from one place to the next to still enjoy those activities they like to. So I think this is a good first step, and I'm hopeful that it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Wood. Okay. Tony Torres, Michelle Larson, and then Jennifer Stevens.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners, Boise Planning staff, and Director Keen for your hard work on this. I appreciate it and know others do as well. I've spent the last 2 years volunteering and working at Jesse Tree, and I've helped hundreds of people in Ada County apply for emergency rental assistance through the Boise City Ada County Housing Authority's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I've also witnessed hundreds more seek help through Jesse Tree as well. But I do want to emphasize I am here speaking for myself and not Jesse Tree. My experience has made clear to me that we have a housing crisis here that needs to be addressed, and we can't kick the can down the road any longer. Too many people are unable to afford housing, and too many people are at risk of homelessness or having to move out of the city that we all love and care deeply about. Affordable housing is a complicated and difficult nut to crack. I mean, you know this, you deal with it every day. We know it works, but building enough to meet the demand is beyond the reach of local and state governments alone, and only the federal government really has the resources in governments to directly fund and build it. The resources that are available are expensive and complex and confusing, and they do not do enough. The next best thing to do is what this zoning code attempts to do. It's designed to increase housing supply significantly over time and use incentives and regulations to get some of that housing to be affordable. It's a necessary step if we want our children to be able to afford to live here. I want to add that if you are a homeowner in a single family home, this new code does not give anyone the power to take your home from you. If you own your home, it applies only to new construction and not existing homes unless you choose to sell your property. So you will not lose your home unless you choose to give it up. I'm with those who wish the rewrite was a little bit bolder. I would have liked to see the elimination of parking minimums, like many others have said. The best parts of Boise are the ones that you can get around easily on foot, by bike, or by bus. I wish we had leaned into that more, but I realize politics and policy are the art of the possible. This proposed rewrite is a reasonable compromise that provides modest improvement and creates a vision of the type of city we want to be, instead of having our community dictated by a plan that was written before most of us were born, for a different city in a different country in a different world that was filled with different people. I urge you to vote to approve the code without delay so we can get started in building that vision, and especially so we can begin to address the housing crisis as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Larson, Jennifer Stevens, Nora Carpenter, Gary Haynes.
Hi, my name is Michelle Larson. I live at 4658 North Zimri Place, way out in West Boise. I can throw a rock and I hit Meridian. Not quite, but almost. My children had to buy houses in Meridian because the housing 10 years ago was already a little out of their reach. They are all looking to move, and I'm looking to downsize. So we're really considering where we're going to live. My choices right now are Star, Cuna, Black Canyon, that road way out there. And I don't want to move there. I want to stay within the Boise city limits. My younger daughter works downtown. She's looking for a townhome. She works at a high-tech company. She wants to be able to access the Greenbelt, use public transportation, or ride her bike to work in the summers. My other daughter, both her and her husband are Ada County employees. Great benefits, pay maybe not so great. So they have 2 children, and they're looking at also trying to move from Meridian to Boise. Big challenge for us. But we're all looking right now, and we all want to stay here. So I work near Veterans and State Street. I'm a failed retiree. I work for free about 40 hours a week. Didn't plan on that. And in my backyard of my office, there are 2 low-income houses. Some of you may be familiar with Collister United Methodist and the Leap Housing homes that went in there. I know the people that live there because I park in the lot with them. And every day I see the children who now have houses where they didn't have them before, and they actually own the house. They don't own the land. The land is in a land trust for 50 years or 75, I believe. I also, after seeing this, and being part of a Christian organization that's helping on housing here in the Valley, and houseyourneighbor.org, have chosen to invest a significant part of my retirement in low-income housing. I now hold the mortgages for 7 people who are at 60% of the poverty level. along with Leap Charities and through them to help them own houses and build generational wealth. It is so cool. My name's on the wall. I just went there just before we got here. It's so exciting. But I'm so proud of what you guys have done. Thank you. And I think that you have the right attitude and you're doing the right thing. My daughter wants a townhome. Please help her buy one in Boise. She's going to live in Garden City on 36th if we don't find something. Really, I know, really, 36th and Adams, but they're really cool apartments, townhomes down there. One of them was built by Bud Comfer and not Neighbors United, but I'm sorry, Bud, I just forgot your neighborhood. Thank you, NeighborWorks, I get them all mixed up. So she's looking at one of his townhouses there too. So thank you. You simplified the code. You're incentivizing low-income units. It's the right thing to do as a mom, a grandmother, and a Christian. I thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Stevens, Nora Carpenter, Gary Haynes, Stephanie Day. Former Commissioner Stevens, it's nice to see you.
It's great to see
Welcome.
you guys. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jennifer Stevens. I reside at 318 East Highland View Drive in Boise. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. I'm here today as the director of the Boise Department of Arts and History, a nearly lifelong Boisean, a former member and chair of the Boise Historic Preservation Commission from 2003 to 2008, and a former member and chair of the esteemed commission in front of me tonight. I'm here to offer my comments and my support for the modern zoning code. As some of you know, I'm a historian by training, specializing in the history of cities and the urban environment. Since the 1970s, Boiseans have worried about growth. It's evident in the newspapers, local histories, oral histories, and many other places. Since that time, a few watershed moments stand out when Boise's leaders made brave and consequential decisions: the Foothills Plan, the River Plan, and the Historic Preservation Ordinance. These three difficult and highly controversial decisions resulted in the Boise we all love today. The zoning code that's before you this week is another watershed moment. During my time on the two commissions, I sat through many hearings for projects that have collectively contributed to the sprawling development pattern that we see today. The zoning code before you will not single-handedly solve the housing crisis in front of us. However, it is a significant foundation we must lay. Providing housing within our existing city boundaries is critical for helping to stop sprawl, protect our environment, and create a development pattern that offers housing choices for every resident. There are many parts of the code I could point to, but I'm going to address just a couple of those because, well, 3 minutes. Oh, goodness. First, the change of minimum lot size to 3,500 square feet has some people concerned about the historic districts. Many of the existing lots that could be subdivided under the new zoning code could also be subdivided under today's code as well, due to the underlying lots of record. We will continue to have the historic guidelines and the commission and the public process as we do today under the new code as well. Second, the incentives provided for adaptive reuse are an important piece of the puzzle, allowing owners to divide the interior of an existing building into multiple units without providing additional parking. Over the years, I've heard a lot of people complain we don't have enough parking, but after all, are we housing cars or are we housing people? I hope we err on the side of people. The creative class in our economy is finding it more and more difficult to afford living here, and I expect them to benefit from this part of the proposed code. While results from this part of the code will, in fact, take time, the proposal reflects solutions similar to those that were deployed during our last major housing crisis in the 1930s and 1940s, when many such large structures throughout our historic districts and elsewhere were divided into apartments. These structures continue today to provide important housing choices and help neighborhoods house many different types of people with different income levels and occupations. Creatives will also benefit from the ability to run a small business from the residents in the new code and will benefit from the set aside for affordable housing choices that's built into this code. This code goes a long way toward curbing sprawl by channeling the growth where it should go to create a sustainable and predictable development pattern. People are going to come to Boise whether people want them to or not. And when they come, I want them to settle here in Boise, not in the adjacent communities. Building within our existing footprint along collectors and arterials will result in densities that can support public transportation, is good for our environment, good for giving choices to our new residents, and good for the economy. So we have the population to support restaurants, retail establishments, and professional services that are within our city boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Nora Carpenter, Gary Haynes, Stephanie Day, and then Rory Felton.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Nora Carpenter, 1310 Ranch Road here in Boise. I've been a resident of this city for nearly 40 years, and I am here this evening to speak in support of the modern zoning code. I support it for a wide variety of reasons. Many have been articulated this evening, but two for me stand out. It's family and workforce friendly, and it respects the healthy lifestyle, which I appreciate and for which our city is known. In my professional career, I worked extensively with hardworking, low-wage earning individuals and families in Boise. Lack of affordable housing, as you have heard already, the lack of options within our community was and continues to be their number one greatest crisis and fear. I heard this expressed on a daily basis. Ensuring the opportunity for housing across a wide range of price points is critical to workforce stability and economic vitality. Our community needs businesses, businesses need employees, and employees need homes they can afford. I appreciate that this plan makes room for a continuum of housing price points. We're better when there are affordable homes for all of our workers and all of our residents, whether they are just starting out, whether they are working two jobs, are mature in their career, or, like me, minding their pennies in our golden years. My support of this proposal is also grounded in data. United Way's ALICE data clearly states that in Ada County, and specifically in the city of Boise, the budget-appropriate housing options are the foundation of good health, educational success, and financial stability for all of us. ALICE data also points out that in Idaho, and including Boise City, far too many of our kids live in households that housing is just unaffordable. In fact, in Ada County and Boise City, we have some of the highest percentage of children living in housing price-burdened households in the entire state. These youngsters are more likely to have health issues and to struggle in school, and that's not acceptable. This code can help. Boise has always prided itself on being family and child friendly. This proposal creates pathways to sustain this. Finally, I appreciate the consideration and thought for the health and vibrancy of our community as an aspect of this proposal. Having our immediate neighborhoods serve as a place where myself and neighbors can get out, enjoy walking, strolling, riding, chatting, and socializing safely and easily is good for everyone. I support this proposal and the forward-looking opportunities it envisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Haynes, Stephanie Day, Rory Felton, and Terry Gardner.
I'm Gary Haynes. I live at 992 East River Park Lane, 83706. My pronouns are retired, baby boomer, and Idaho native. When I reached adulthood, I had a job and could afford great housing in one of the nation's highest cost housing areas. I've never been wealthy, but my income has always supported my housing needs. The generations that follow mine have not been so fortunate. I also live in the kind of housing that some find controversial in their neighborhood. It's 3 stories. And I've spent much of my professional life addressing regulatory barriers that increase housing costs. I previously submitted written comments concerning the new code, but I wanted to come here and testify in person as my way of paying it forward to the upcoming generations in hopes of improving their prospects for housing that they can afford in Boise. Some would have us suspend our understanding of supply and demand. Others have suggested a complete moratorium to building as an answer to Boise's housing crunch. That solution didn't work in California and it won't work here. There's also the suggestion that delaying adoption of the zoning code is delaying the adoption of the zoning code is the right approach. To me, this is simply another insult to the people who need housing and would further restrain production and increase costs. Therefore, I'm hoping that you will approve the new zoning code as proposed. evaluate it after a year or so, modify it if it's needed, but put it to work for Boise now. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Day, and then Rory Felton and Terry Gardner.
Lowering this. Stephanie Day. I work at 503 South Americana Boulevard, downtown Boise, and I live out at 9560 West Mossy Wood Drive because I can't afford to live in town. I just want to say thank you so much, commissioners, for this space, and thank you so much to the city staff who have put so much work into this process. I really appreciate, I wish that it was more aggressive than it actually is, but I appreciate that there's a process of like compromise and understanding that not everybody lives on the extremes of things and that finding a balance in the middle is helpful. So thankful that this process is happening and that so many people have been included in it, and really appreciate all the people that have put so much work into it. So I want to give a perspective professionally and personally. I have worked the last 16 years on ending homelessness in the Treasure Valley. I work for a nonprofit called Catch, which is a local nonprofit that's dedicated to ending homelessness. And the reason that this is something that we support, the modern zoning code, is because it will allow for lots of different types of housing, which will trickle down to create more affordable housing opportunities. There's been a lot of research the last couple of years that has pointed to vacancy rates and absolute rent rates as the drivers of homelessness numbers. And we have seen since COVID, since the housing bust, our numbers locally have doubled in Ada County of people that are experiencing homelessness, which is very concerning to us. All of that driven by rent rates and vacancy rates. And while we appreciate the parts of the code that take into consideration incentives for people developing specifically affordable housing, and the protections for potential housing that could be displaced. You can't build 100% affordable housing because it just won't pencil to do that, but building in these incentives and ways to kind of mix your housing uses is really helpful. All development helps. You do need to have an intentional affordable housing focus too. So we really appreciate that being built into the code as well as the other factors. And just a few facts for you. The last couple of years, we house the housing crisis hotline where everybody in Ada County that experiences a housing crisis calls to figure out how they can get assistance. And one thing that has really changed since COVID is a bunch of people calling in because they've been renting for 6 or 7 years and their rental was being sold over the last couple of years and they could not find anywhere else to go that they could afford. And we have some official affordable housing that HUD sponsors, but there was a lot of unofficial affordable housing that disappeared over the last couple of years because people that owned their rentals were selling them because they were worth 2 or 3 times what they were when they bought them originally. So that means the mortgages are 2 or 3 times what they were before. And that means the rents are much greater than they were. So we didn't have enough official affordable housing, and we've kind of lost a ton of the unofficial affordable housing that we had as a community. And we are in desperate need of a revision of the code and are fully in support of this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see, Rory Felton, Terry Gardner, and Charlie Woodruff.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your work. And I do believe that everyone here has the best interest of our city at heart. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed zoning changes along the Vista corridor and into the Depot Bench community, of which I'm a member. Oh, I'm at 2909 West Clark Street, and my small business is at 2417 North Bank Drive, so really close to each other in Depot Bench. As a concerned citizen, parent, small business owner, and resident of the bench, I believe that these changes would have detrimental effects on the character, affordability, safety, soul, and equality of life in our community. Firstly, the proposed zoning changes around the Vista corridor and into my community, specifically my neighborhood, prioritizes high-density development without sufficient consideration for the existing community fabric. While I understand the need to accommodate population growth and promote economic development, it is crucial to strike a balance between these goals and preserving the unique character of our neighborhoods. The Depot Bench area is known for their historic charm, mid-century homes, of which I own one and spent a lot of money developing over the last couple of years, rebuilding, redeveloping, and family-friendly environment and access to green spaces. The current zoning would compromise these attributes and undermine the sense of community that makes our neighborhood special. In our wonderful, mature, and established single-family home community, where 18 children under the age of 15 can run free within our streets, it would permanently change our wonderful and established community, forcing unnecessary density that would only benefit developers, not homeowners, lower-income residents, or taxpayers. These proposed changes to the depot bench could drive families and small businesses out of Boise and into the surrounding cities. Secondly, it seems like the proposed changes to the depot bench area have not been considered for the north end and east end areas as well. And it seems like it's a little bit not considered in an equity fashion. I would like to, another, I guess, proposal would be these R2 adjacent areas that are being applied to the depot bench. Perhaps they can be applied to every single community within Boise as an equitable way to distribute these changes. I urge the council to reconsider the proposed zoning changes and work with the depot bench community to develop a more balanced approach. It is crucial to involve local stakeholders in their decision-making process and ensure that any changes align with the community's vision for its future. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do Terry Gardner and Charlie Woodruff, and then we're going to be about 7 o'clock at that point. We're going to break for half hour for dinner. Okay.
So thank you for your time and all the work that you guys put into this. My name is Terry Gardner. I live at 211 West Elwood Drive, Boise. My biggest concern about the whole
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Ma'am, could you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
I'm so sorry.
You can just pull it down. There you go.
Okay. So
Sorry.
anyways, my biggest concern is about the appointees and all of that. I think that we need to have people represented. A vote needs to happen. And I think that that should be a priority. Rewriting the zone in existing neighborhoods causes more strain on the current infrastructure. Developers not having any responsibility for that, they can put in 4-plex, 12-plex, whatever they are, and pretty soon you have too many people in the schools, too much sewage needs to be upgraded, all of those things, new fire departments, all of that. And that would fall on the taxpayers living in the community that would end up paying for the infrastructure. And I feel that a lot of people in my age group, they can't afford more taxes, So anyways, those are big concerns. I think there's a real, it's kind of weird. This word affordability has been really mind-blowing because I don't feel that affordability has a definition. I've lived somewhere else a few years back, and affordable housing isn't a thing. It's capitalism. They're going to sell their houses and their stuff for market value. My neighbor has a very tiny house, just bought it a couple of years ago, remodeled it, and it sits there it's been sitting there rented or unrented for a long time. The same thing around the corner. 9 months, a house sat there unrented. It's now up for sale, pending. So, I mean, people can't afford what is here. People that live here and exist here now, they have no affordability, and our wages didn't keep up with all of this. So where do they go? They go into cars, they go into RVs, they go into tents, they move away. I mean, we need it to be dealing with our issues now, not for people that are coming here at some point in the future. Go out to Lake Hazel, lots and lots of houses out there just sitting empty. I mean, I really feel like it needs to be something that we're dealing with for the people that live here in the city. Let's see. One of the things that I was thinking about too in my neighborhood, I have a strip of townhouses. There's no parking. Where are they parking? They're on the street. And pretty soon, if you continue doing that, house gets torn down, 3 or 4 or 6 townhouses go in there. Pretty soon you have really crowded streets. Nobody is, I mean, kids are walking out into the street to get around the cars. I mean, just really feels like the impact in the existing neighborhoods would be highly compromised. My feeling is building out is a better plan to have those developers participate in funding that infrastructure rather than putting the burden on those existing neighborhoods. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And Charlie Woodruff.
Thank you, commissioners. And it's always great to be the last one before dinner between, at least it's not happy hour. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the proposed zoning code. My name is Charlie Woodruff. I live at 1315 East Washington Street, Boise, Idaho, 83712. I am here to express my support for the zoning code rewrite. And while it may not be perfect, it is a significant step in the right direction to help us address our housing issues, make progress toward our climate goals, and improve our already great quality of life. The proposed code sets an important base or framework for our community to grow in ways that do the least amount of harm. In my professional life, I spend quite a bit of time working in Phoenix, Vegas, Denver, and Salt Lake City. These cities are much larger and are dealing with a tremendous amount of sprawl, as many of us know, and as a result of their single-use zoning and development pattern built around suburbia and cars. Boise has the opportunity to make better choices at this point in our growth, and we know that that growth will continue. I want to see us accommodate growth here. We already have infrastructure and services, where we already have infrastructure and services, rather than see the massive sprawling developments, for instance, like Spring Rock proposed near Kuna, or where people have to drive more and new infrastructure is more expensive to build. The biggest positive impact I see for this code is in requiring the type of density we need along important transit corridors like State Street, Fairview, and Vista Ave. And from my understanding of the code and the knowledge of the real estate market that I have, the changes we'll see in the R1C and R2 neighborhoods will be gradual over time due to the real estate market and other factors. The cost of construction is extremely high. I do encourage staff and commission members to consider carefully whether or not the code as written may unintentionally cause smaller single-family homes to be demolished and replaced with very large single-family homes in R1C districts, as that does not achieve what we want to see. Unless you're living under a rock, we know that there are a significant deficit of housing units for us here to meet the current demand. As many people have expressed, it's not too late to do something about it. Yes, housing supply is directly related to housing affordability, and we need all types of housing to meet our needs, including truly affordable, subsidized housing, workforce housing, and market rate housing. All of these are part of the puzzle. This code rewrite gives us more tools and flexibility to create more types of housing in areas that we want it to be built. I appreciate the city's efforts to incorporate sustainability standards into the code, and I work with production builders in our region who have been achieving very high levels of energy efficiency and near net zero ready homes, and would love to see more adoption of those practices here in Boise. I'm also supportive of including the allowed uses of neighborhood cafes, bodegas, and live work units in this code update. I'm very lucky to live near Roosevelt Market and know many of my neighbors and friends and family from across the city would love to have these types of services located in their neighborhoods where they can walk to without using their car. I'm excited to see more diversity of housing with my own neighborhood, including duplexes, triplexes, and this code moves us in that direction. All of these things combined will help us create housing opportunities where our existing infrastructure, parks, and services are located. And for all of these reasons, I urge you to pass the zoning code rewrite. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be back at about 7:30 after we break for dinner. Thank you. Okay, folks, we'll get going again. Welcome back. Staff, we're ready to roll. Okay. Okay, we will continue on here with testimony. We're just going to pick up where we left off. First is Fred Fritchman, and then Melissa Pratt, Kim Pratt, Brad Nielsen, and Richard Fritzley.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Fred Fritchman, and I live at 1321 Denver Avenue. In the past 20 years, I've served on city-sponsored committees that wrote new infill codes for houses and duplexes on substandard lots and in established neighborhoods. The zoning code rewrite upzones R2 areas with many new entitlements. Reduced lot size, unlimited density, and a height limit of 45 feet are not compatible with the built environment of our established R2 areas. The new code calls for larger development to transition down, but unlike the standards we wrote 15 years ago, these goals are subjective and will provide no assurance to neighbors. Many of our R2 areas are treasures of livable density. My R2 neighborhood near Boise State has seen scores of dwelling units built for hundreds of new residents in the past 20 years at a livable scale. Densities of 10 to 16 dwelling units per acre are the norm. Areas like this already accommodate so-called missing middle housing at a scale that preserves what neighbors bought into. Residents should not have to live in fear of what can be built next to them because those in power decided more units trump their peace of mind. These neighborhoods are where people raise their families and invest their fortunes. They are not bare ground to be exploited for the highest profit and the greatest property tax revenue. As you know, many Boiseans have pushed back hard against the ZCR. Many more likely know nothing about it. The code has been a moving target and the final draft just came out on February 28th. I'm disappointed that the city has provided no executive summary to citizens detailing the changes. Here's what most people will see: the flyer from this month's sewer and trash bill talking about the rewrite. Here's a picture showing a 1.5-story cottage court, a couple jogging through a park, some kids with a dog. Here's a picture of a guy on a bike in the Grove. Where's the picture of the 45-foot tall apartment building looming over the little 1-story house? Blueprint Boise specifically identifies compatible infill as a goal, but these new standards do not support that goal. And I thought the point of the code rewrite was to bring the code into alignment with the plan. Boiseans who studied the new code closely found dozens of issues that will result in negative consequences if enacted. Developers will exploit these loopholes until they can be fixed. This rewrite should be paused for a thorough, open public vetting with the citizens of Boise. The stakes are simply too high to do a test run to see what doesn't work. We need to spend the time to get it right the first time because our neighbors will have to live next door to the consequences if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Melissa Pratt, and then Kim Pratt, Brad Nielsen, Richard Fritzley, and Leah Bowman.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Pratt. I live at 1409 East Warm Springs Avenue, Boise, Idaho, and I'm not yet a supporter of the way this is set up. As past president of the Warm Springs Historic District Association, you know that I love history. I've lived in Warm Springs for about 30 years now. We have some historic overlay protections, but what we have now is not really enough. Even with testifying and trying to protect this very small part of Boise's history, I have a brand new house on my left and a brand new house on my right. I'm confused about how the new code will affect historic neighborhoods, and I would love to have a meeting where specific differences from past codes are compared with this new code in regards to these historic districts. How does this affect non-contributing houses, for example? I worry that you are removing our ability to protect Boise's history. I am in full agreement with the letter from the East End Neighborhood Association sent to you asking for further time. I'd invite you to reach out to our historic group, the Warm Springs Historic District Association, and meet with us for a devil's in the detail kind of thing. Let's take a look at it, drill it down, see if we feel really, truly comfortable. That's my first issue. The next is that I know it said this will bring affordable housing to the area. And I don't know if you've ever taken a call from a little old lady who is living on $997 a month, but in a prior job, I did. And I had to tell them, can't cover you in Boise. You need to move to Caldwell. And after a while, you couldn't even cover it in Caldwell. It's just a sad situation. And we have young families, we have disabled people. So I'd really like to understand the specifics of how much is this going to help people? How many units are you really talking about? Has anybody really done the math? It's possible it's been done, and I just haven't seen it. I worry about the developers who will likely bring in upscale units because that makes more money for them, and it'll displace the older, more affordable living options that are now there. We are woefully short on affordable housing units. I'd really like to understand how this really will ensure this new code will actually lead to the affordable housing. Finally, I know there were a lot of last minute changes, and I just think if Greg Ostro, an almost 40-year veteran of architecture, doesn't understand it, I don't know how you are expected to understand it, and I don't know how I am expected to understand it. I think that further meetings need to be done with what the final was to really lay it out. For this neighborhood, this is what it could mean. For that neighborhood, this is what it could mean. I know there's been a lot of work, and I'm sure it was well done, but somehow you need to dumb it down so we can truly understand what you're asking for. So I'd look forward to seeing some support in getting further education, and I'd ask for the city to provide that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Kim Pratt, Brad Nielsen, Richard Fritz Lee, Leah Bowman, and Matthew Oman.
Excuse me. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity. Kim Pratt, 1409 East Warm Springs, Boise, Idaho, other half of the lovely wife that just spoke. In support of everything she's saying, a few things to add to that. We do appreciate the opportunity to speak to some of these issues now. In particular, the issues that we have, I'll echo what she said and take it a little further. The historic side of life, as it has been in particular for us in the Warm Springs Historic District. Emphasis on the word historic. We've been in the same building many times over, gosh, I don't know, the last 10, 15 years. Any and every issue you can think of, fighting, maybe a better word is proactively managing. All the things that have happened, as she mentioned, a new home on our right, a new home on our left. I don't know how that in the world that's historic. We do not want some large home next to us that we have no control over when and how it comes and what that does to not only our lifestyle, but the love of historic homes and our investment. To be quite frank, we lived there now about 28 years. It was a 5-year plan to come to Boise. We try to be quite active with all this. I can appreciate the gentleman's statement to open this up that perhaps since the summertime, this has all been discussed. Not to get too personal, but my situation personally is that I'm recovering from a rare cancer and I haven't been grassroots from that summertime if that was really going on. However, as I hear everybody speak tonight, I hear both sides. Some say, gosh, the most democratic process ever. You're great. You're wonderful. I support this. And I've heard an awful lot. And I heard there was an awful lot last night saying just the opposite. So as a retired advertising, marketing, sales guy, I think there might be an issue with that too. I'm in full support of affordable housing. I can't disagree whatsoever with the need for that. But perhaps we need to have even more grassroots involvement in some of these situations. And maybe that's advertising and promotion or more grassroots involvement from various sources that do get us all involved from the get-go, in particular when there are last-minute revisions made, as my wife pointed out, apparently was the case just February. Developers, kind of make that word makes me a little nervous because it's about money, and I want to make sure that we are always transparent, we are always democratic, and that we do the right thing for all sections of our community and of our great city. I appreciate you listening, and if you can't tell, I'm not necessarily in favor of this, but I'm not necessarily as opposed to it as I thought I was by coming, because I'm learning more even this evening. A 620-page piece is a little hard to digest, but thank you for your attention this evening and appreciate the idea of delaying this.
Thank you. Brad Nielsen. And then Richard Fritzley, Leah Bowman, Matthew Oman, and Vivian Lockery.
Professional notes. First of all, Andrea and the gals and professional.
Mr. Chair.
Very professional.
Yeah.
Could you speak into the mic, please, sir?
Yeah.
Is it
thank
on?
you. And if you could start with your name and address, please.
Brad Nielsen, 10030 West Tanglewood. I didn't want to waste my time on saying thank you to these people, but Andrea and the gals were very kind to me and through the process, and Tim, very professional people. I am one of the zoning rewrite. I was on the committee. I thought my tour was over. I wasn't really excited about coming in here today, but I watched 2 days of this, and it angered me that home ownership has become villainized. I've heard, we're bigots, we're racist, we're elitist, we're selfish, we're NIMBYs, whatever that is. And as of tonight, we're villains because we were born here. I'm not going to apologize for owning a house. I worked my ass off for it. I happen to own 2 houses, and my rent, one's a rental, and I'm only charging maybe 2010 prices. What I think the problem is right now is greed. I am in structural design. I'm getting distracted from my own notes, but anyway, I just designed a 4 or 3 level apartment building down on Hillcrest, and it's not being built. I did that a year ago. I just scrolled through Craigslist, and there's endless rentals out there. I'm not sure where the shortage is at. What I've heard this last couple of days is I don't think anybody's opposed to having housing density. Even it's just how we do it. I've lived in Boise my whole life. I was born off of Fairview. I grew up here. I know what Boise was. I know that it's disappearing. Boise doesn't exist anymore. It's something different now, and it's just the way life is. One of my problems was the process of what got us here. I'm running out of time. I tried to get ITD, HCHD, the bus system. I tried to get everybody to the table. There's some other players here other than the zoning, and we need to take them into account on what we make our decisions on. The infrastructure needs to be here before we intensify, or whatever you want to call that. But mainly my height, or my problems with it is the height up against residential. I think that's a privacy problem. And I think business within residential is also a privacy problem. Noise. My worst case scenario that I see is a restaurant in a neighborhood serves beer, music late into the night. That's a problem for me. So there's a saying, and the end of it is weak men create weak times. I think we need to spend some time and get representation for the districts too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Richard Fritzley. Online maybe? No, okay. Leah Bowman. And Matthew Oman, Vivian Lockery, Kevin Kless, and Renee Sandmeyer.
I'm Leah Bowman. I live in the Veterans Park neighborhood, and as most people here probably feel, I'm very anxious to be standing in front of a powerful board talking about what I love about Boise. Thank you. But I think I'm here because I care about this city very deeply. And I want to stand up for Boise's values, for what we love here. And I think one of my biggest hangups with this rezone is the fact that it will remove a lot of the democratic process and the ability of citizens to speak up for their neighborhoods, for their quality of life. I found myself with my anxiety You've seen me pacing. And one of the things I've found myself doing is trying to look out the windows and look for a sight of the foothills. It's been something that I've been just kind of tonight noticing that I'm looking for the comfort that the natural world brings to us living in a city. And it's hard to find in this building. You can go in the bogus room back there and you've got a little glimpse of the foothills, which is nice. Part of the upzone with all this increased density is going to, I do think many people have spoke to this for better and for worse, it's going to fundamentally change Boise. The density is going to increase population within the city. It's going to increase use of our natural spaces, our greenbelt, our foothills, our parks. And as much as we all love and honor those spaces, when we reduce citizen input, when I think about who should have the most say in Boise around development, it should be the people who live here. It shouldn't be developers. I'm concerned that this upzone sort of blanket statements that developers have more and investors, outside investors have more power than the citizens to direct the course of our city. So that's why I'm here tonight. I'm scared to be standing here, but it's our civic duty, I think, to be able to come and speak to issues that directly impact our neighborhoods and our quality of life. And as a citizen of Boise, I feel I speak for the values of conservation, access to the outdoors, safety, community. Whereas developers are frankly concerned about their bottom line. There's been a lot of talk tonight about affordability in our market. That's an obvious issue that no one in this room will argue with. But to assume that developers give a damn about that, I think is a farce. So I think keeping citizens' input close at hand through this rezone is the most critical thing we can do to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's swing back to Richard Fritzley, who's online. Then Matthew Oman, Vivian Lockery, Kevin Klass, Renee Salmon.
Can you hear me this time?
We can. Hello.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Richard Fritzley. My address is 3807 North Hawthorne Drive. Other than active duty military service and graduate school, I lived in Idaho my entire life. In 1988, my wife and I jumped at the chance to return to Idaho, and we resided in various parts of the Hollister neighborhood ever since. We are more than familiar with housing affordability issues. During our married life, we've experienced living in high rent and high purchase cost housing areas while having a very low income, having to drive long distances to get to work, mortgage interest rates exceeding 21%. Our first mortgage in 1982 was at 12%, and we felt lucky getting the fixer-upper we did. We have sold the house to cover medical expenses. In graduate school, I was a lead member of a team at the Center for Real Estate Studies at Indiana University to develop the first housing affordability index covering an entire state and its major population centers and regions. I have also taught real estate appraisal to undergraduates as an adjunct professor. Since our first house purchase, we have gone through a series of fixer-uppers and now live in a very lovely home in the Sycamore Overlay. It will always be my fixer-upper as I build it myself, and I'm perpetually in a state of trying to improve it. We spent 10 years looking for property in the Sycamore Overlay. We love it. Large lots, room for animals, flood irrigation with lawns and garden, private well, abundant wildlife. Recently, I've had as many as 18 deer in my garden. One of the bucks even left me a gift this year with a 4-point antler in the yard. I'm not too keen on the fox and the coyotes, but at least the coyote kills the feral cats, which the city animal control will not do. It's a self-sufficient paradise that is close to work and medical facilities our family needs. It's a haven for walkers from within the overlay and nearby blocks. In summary, life is great in the Sycamore Overlay. So why is the city trying to screw it up? City staff, I think even the new planning director, visited the neighborhood and agreed that the Sycamore Overlay should be preserved. Yesterday, the Hollister Neighborhood Association president, supposedly speaking for himself, stated, "We have been deeply heard and considered. This is nonsense and totally untrue. While the new zoning scheme does not allow our lots to be subdivided, it does allow for up to a fourplex unit to be built on a lot. This is a distinction without a difference and is certainly not being deeply heard and considered. In fact, it is worse and is unacceptable. As I said, we spent a decade finding our property chosen for all the wonderful attributes I mentioned. Those attributes did not include having 4 families with 4 times the traffic on one side of you where there's previously 1. We are not anti-renter. There are plenty of renters in the area, and we have been renters ourselves. We are not anti-low income. We have been there ourselves. We are not against smaller homes. The overlay is a mix of small and large homes. What I am against is being gaslighted and forced into a zoning experiment. Gaslight and experiment are intentionally used because that is the exact words used by 2 members of this commission Monday evening. And that is what is being done to us by this zoning scheme. We have spent 42 years of marriage working to achieve the life we have now. It's offensive that the city thinks it's equitable to significantly increase density in long-established neighborhoods. We are one of thousands in the city that will suffer significant negative impacts by this thoughtless one-size-fits-all density increase, excepting, of course, the North End and historic districts. I'm sure there is good in other parts of the rewrite that are needed. I wouldn't know since inadequate time was allowed for review. So yes, I focused on my backyard, your term again, commissioners, because that is what people want to do when they're attacked. Yes, this is an attack on the property rights of many citizens of the city. This commission needs to reject this proposal, send it back to the drawing board, and reconsider it after digesting the true citizen input you received, not those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fritzley. That's your time. Matthew Oman, then Vivian Locker.
Hello, my name is Matt Oman. I live in 2714 North Tamarack. I'm against the upzone for many reasons. I grew up here in Boise, and I see that the upzone is in violation of certain ideals, certain profound ideals that have led to the creation of a really great city. I have a tremendous amount of civic pride because of the way that the city has prioritized conservation. We see that in this state, we have the largest wilderness area in the lower 48, the Frank Church Wilderness Area, and that was established in order to give people something, give people something, and it spoke to very high-minded ideals. What they are, in my mind, are universal and binding human ideals that we have in the city right now, which is integrated green space. So we talk about Boise growing and becoming a big city someday. And I ask myself, what kind of big city will it be? Will it be the type of city that has prioritized green space, conservation, or will it become a place like everywhere else, like other places where there's been development, where these zoning codes have been installed? And I talk to people every day. I see people that through my work and different things that have come from these other cities, and they've experienced, negative, their day-to-day life isn't what Boise provides, and they're very excited. They're happy to be here because there's safe city streets, there's clean air, there's a river, there's park space, there's available green space to spend time. And that is crucially important, I believe, moving forward, to establish that and prioritize that. And I don't believe that this zoning code provides for that. If someone has a lot and they divide it as much as they want, they pave over that available green space, which affects the overall community. And so I'm speaking against that, but and I want to make sure that I'm understood too, because I think that when we talk about preventing urban sprawl, if we build densely here, that's not going to stop any sprawl. What's happening now is both areas are being consumed by development, making a stand, showing people what a city looks like, the city of the future looks like with integrated green space, I think is a priority. As we move forward, conservation, preservation of the environment is going to become more important. This is just the first interaction with this. There'll be more to come as we see that the direction that the city's taking with development is, I see, in my mind, an attack on the lifestyle that's been developed here. That lifestyle comes and it was developed through, like I said, values that showed a great deal of wisdom. And during COVID, we saw an influx of people that wanted to live here because of the lifestyle. They were literally fleeing urban environments because of the lack of green space that Boise provides. Vote down this upzone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Vivian Lockery, Kevin Kless, Renee Sandmeyer, Rosemary McClenahan. Well done.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Vivian Lockery, 2211 North 19th Street, been a Boise resident for 30 years. I don't support this proposed zoning ordinance. It seems to me that it expands the type of uses allowed for administrative approval. Things like triplexes, fourplexes, the neighborhood retail sales and cafes, which include establishments that can serve alcohol. I'm not opposed to density, to the process that we've gone through. I know it's taken a lot of time, a lot of hours, a lot of collaboration, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. But what this means by just allowing administrative approval is all the public involvement process has been removed. So the conditional use permitting with public notification and public hearings, all that is required is and it is an administrative nod in the favor of developers. So as this commission, most of you remember, that's exactly what the Boise mayor and city council did when they changed the wireless communication section of the city code over a year ago. Dozens of residents showed up at public hearings, even more submitted written testimony. The city even received a petition from Idahoans for Safe Technology with over 1,000 signatures, all in opposition to their draft, which was stripping the wireless ordinance of these protective clauses of the public involvement process. And this commission, I'm grateful for this, recommended not to eliminate the conditional use permit and other existing public involvement processes from the wireless ordinance. The mayor and city council simply chose to ignore it all. So it seems to me that the proposed zoning ordinance will encourage the demolition of existing homes and just seem to redistribute ownership to large investors, to those who can afford to do this type of development. And that just by its nature will displace residents, increase property values, make it even harder for Boise residents to become homeowners. We've heard from a lot of people my age that have children. The next generation just can't even afford to live here much more, or even entertain renting here. Property taxes, already a growing burden for homeowners, will increase as well. I think this draft severely weakens or eliminates some of the criteria that is we need to protect property rights and do all the other things that are required under Idaho's Land Use Planning Act. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin Kless, okay. Renee Sandmayer, Rosemary McClanahan, Anthony Hauser, and James Kaufman.
My name is Kevin Kless. I'm a former captain in the United States Air Force, where I served at the National Air and Space Intelligence Center. I was also at the Air Force Operational Test Evaluation Center, where I was chief of operations, test and evaluation of various advanced electromagnetic sensors and combat telecommunication systems. I hold a master's in physics. I have a fellowship at the National Academies of Science, where I'm under the Air Force Studies Board. I want to mention that recently, as of last August, the Federal Court Circuit 1 has ordered the FCC to reevaluate its wireless safety protocols. So the evidence is overwhelming about the harmful effects of evolving 5G, 6G, and then future 7G technologies, not only just human health, but also in nature and animal life. So I encourage you to check out, do a search query on idahoansforsafetechnology.org. You can find all of the links to the evidence there. So if you need that as a resource, I encourage anyone listening to check that out. If somebody brought a black box and put it on a tower next to my residence, I demand the right to be notified. Number one, I believe also that the public needs readily available access to the full schematics of this mysterious black box, whether it's on a telephone pole, tower, or cable. Number two, the power output and the frequencies it emits. And three, also it's known operators, whether commercial, private, whoever. And four, what security protocols are in place. If the right security protocols, encryption is not right in place, these things with a flick of the switch can become weapon systems overnight. The idea that any Joe Schmo corporation or any other entity can place an unknown wireless system within Boise that can transmit unknown electromagnetic frequencies at different power ranges with only a quick rubber stamp and no public notification or hearing, I find personally terrifying. We want notification. Therefore, I implore this honorable council to delay or amend this new zoning code until these health and safety issues are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Sandmayer, Rosemary McClanahan, Anthony Hauser, James Kaufman. Can you give it to staff, please? Yes, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, you need to, if you want to take it, you I think need to vote on that, right?
Just to vote on it, we should take it.
If you,
Okay.
it's your discretion.
Again, we offered.
Chairman.
Yes.
He might ask the testifant what the pictures are and.
Yeah, let's give me a little reference. We haven't accepted any materials
Oh, sure.
today.
Yeah.
so-
Yeah. I just realized that some people were smart enough to upload a slide and I couldn't do that.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So I do have photos that just depict part of my testimony here. You're welcome to look at them or not.
Okay. If you don't mind, we'll go ahead and just carry on then. Please with your testimony. Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
My name's Renee Sandmeyer. I live at 1705 West Canal Street in the Vista neighborhood. I oppose this rezoning proposal for several reasons, but to keep my testimony concise, I'll focus on one reason I can most objectively outline. It's the negative impact to biking and walking safety and traffic congestion within existing neighborhoods. I define my immediate existing neighborhood as having the boundaries of Vista, the New York Canal, the railroad tracks, and Malad Street. I counted. There are 710 individual dwellings within these boundaries now, with 506 lots containing single-family homes. Soon, the city plans to add 1,216 dwellings within this boundary on what many call the Old Seminich property. This is pre-rezoning approval. The new rezone approval appears it could approve up to 4 dwellings per existing lot in my neighborhood, meaning my neighborhood density could increase 5-fold from what it is now. That's 5-fold. My neighborhood has 3 main entrances and exits. 2 are uncontrolled on Federal Way, one's controlled on Vista Avenue. People love their cars. I'm highly skeptical of the assumption that most or many of these new residents will be motor vehicle aversive. To illustrate this point, I've taken the 7 a.m. city bus downtown to work, probably for 15 plus years. Despite the increase in population, inflation's effect on downtown parking fees, and even when gas crested $5 per gallon, the ridership remained steady. On average, there are 4 riders that get on and off that bus. That includes me by the time we get downtown. That's 4 riders. My disabled brother-in-law loves to walk to the Starbucks on Federal Way to get a special treat. Doing this requires us to cross the railroad tracks on Victory Road. The crossing has a steep incline-decline. There are no sidewalks. It drops abruptly on either side of the white line, causing walkers and bikers to walk on the road. To avoid, when cars are approaching you, they can't see you. It's a very dangerous situation. To avoid the risk, I end up driving, as do others. Canal Street has a bikeway. It's nice. It abruptly ends at Federal Way. Due to the increase in developments along Federal Way over the past 3 to 5 years, I can no longer safely bike or walk across Federal Way to enjoy that green belt, let alone make a left-hand turn out of my neighborhood onto Federal Way. Weekly, I see the remnants of vehicular accidents at this intersection. Increasing the density to neighborhoods will only compound all these hazards. I'm certain there are dozens of other neighborhoods in Boise with similar shortcomings and tales of neglect. I implore you to fix what is broken before you approve this rezone proposal for our city and prevent it from pushing such an abrupt increase in density into our existing neighborhoods. This rezoning proposal is too extreme and it is dismissive of current residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary McClanahan, Anthony Hauser, James Kaufman, and then Abigail Morgan, I believe, is online. And then Tara Wolfson.
My name is Rosemary McClanahan, and I live at 3300 North Hawthorne Drive. I'm opposed to the Boise zoning code rewrite and support the concerns of Boise Working Together's letter in your packet. The ZCR picks winners and losers in our city. Areas with CCRs, HOAs, and historic district designations will feel little, if any, impact from the proposed ZCR. Basic economics tells us the rewrite will target property of senior citizens and those with low and modest incomes for redevelopment. Single-family homes will be replaced by high-density apartments and multi-use structures. The ZCR moves housing options away from starter homes where residents can begin building equity towards rentals. A 6-story, 130-unit apartment building recently proposed at Ash and River Street in downtown Boise illustrates the challenges of building new affordable housing. 4 affordable fourplexes will be demolished to make way for this structure. Developers proposed 13 affordable units at 100% of AMI, which translates to $70,000 for a 2-person household. Is this really affordable for a single working parent and a child in Boise? At the recent city council hearing, the developer told the council that if they required adding 2 more affordable units at 60% of AMI, the owner would just reapply after the ZCR was approved and likely not require any affordable units. Demolishing existing affordable housing does not lead to new affordable units taking their place. The percentages of affordable units the ZCR requires in new buildings range from 0 to 25% and have varying AMI criteria. That's not a lot of units. Some also require a 50-year affordability commitment. Who will be monitoring eligibility over the next 50 years? The upzone leaves some of Boise's residential zoning designations in place, but changes many standards. For example, the minimum lot size of R1C goes from 5,000 to 3,500 square feet. Allowed uses changes from single-family units to the potential of additionals, triplexes, or fourplexes. The requirement for owner occupancy goes away for ADUs. These changes violate the understanding most neighbors had when they bought their homes. I'm also very concerned about the proposed administrative procedures which reduce neighborhood notifications, comment opportunities, public hearings, and appeal processes. This can reduce or eliminate impact residents' input. The city and developers have attorneys to pursue appeals. Neighborhoods don't. I respectfully request that you deny this zoning code rewrite. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Tony Hauser, James Kaufman, and then staff. It looks like we have a bunch of folks coming up that are online. See that? Okay.
Hi there. My name is Tony Hauser. I live at 1705 North 22nd Street in north end of Boise. I have been a Boise resident for 25 years, and I am proud to call the city my home. I do support the zoning code update in the proposed draft. I do have one additional thing that I would think that we should consider as a proposal, and that is to ask the staff, commissioners, and city council members to consider the removal of minimum parking requirements for residential development. And the question is why? Well, 3 major issues. Number 1, it's better for the climate. If we can have less cars, especially for a city like Boise, where we're prone to have inversions, which then lead to substandard air quality. Anything we can do to reduce cars, I think, is a very important thing. The other thing is that it would provide more affordability to renters. When you have to build parking, it adds to the cost of development. And then also it reduces congestion. It'd be much better to deal with this proactively now while we're making the zoning code changes rather than trying to have to figure it out down the road. You look at a city like San Diego, where I think 4 or 5 years ago, They used to require, if you had 2 or more bedrooms, you had to have a minimum of 2 parking spots. Now they're saying minimum is 0 and maximum is 1. They're actually trying to reduce the amount of congestion and cars on the road. And I think that would be very beneficial for us. There's other cities. Bend just removed minimum parking requirements. Corvallis removed minimum parking requirements. South Bend, Indiana, it's not confined just to the west, and dozens of other cities. Ironically, even Sandpoint, Idaho, which is a very small town, they did remove some minimum parking requirements for their downtown area. So this is a universal thing where the trend is to reduce parking. And I think there's value to that. People still need to get from one place to another. So I think if developers build places with no parking, that's where you get creativity of the innovative approaches, car sharing, bike sharing, better bicycle storage so bikes don't get stolen. You have them completely enclosed, increased carpooling, things like scooters, greater mass transit adoption, which, it's kind of still Boise's working on that. And so, because Boise has created this very walkable and bikeable town, I think we should do our best to take the cars off. Within the city of Boise, I think there are numerous areas where construction can be done without parking. I think that development should be encouraged. One intriguing option would be to link that 0 parking minimum with affordable housing. Right now, I think there's a proposal that's 50% off. If you gave 100% off for parking, but have a requirement of affordable housing, you're really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At that point, you're getting affordable housing and you're taking cars off the road. And to me, you're marrying 2 very, I think, important things that we should consider as the zoning code changes. And I think that, any increased affordability with less cars is a huge win for Boise.
Thanks. James Kaufman. Okay. Okay, staff, looks like a bunch of folk, kind of funny. We got like 5 people online here. So Abigail Morgan, and then Tara Wolfson, and then Philip Chafee, Cameron LaFrance, and David King.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Hello.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity very much and that the commission is going through this robust process. My name is Abigail Morgan. I live at 1022 North 21st Street. And while I am stabilized and in a safe environment at this time, that has not always been the case while living in Boise. I experienced homelessness and very insecure housing conditions in the recent past, which really limited my ability to contribute meaningfully to this beautiful community. Similar to many earlier comments, I believe that we need accessible, affordable housing and strategic density at a variety of income levels to be intentionally built into the fabric of our Boise community. I hope that future zoning code supports this, and I'm really excited to see that it has gone through that process. Additionally, I hope that the code is able to reflect the intentionality in transit and offer more safe mobility beyond access to cars. Being able to support our bikers, walkers, and other modes of transit will make us safer, more well-connected, and healthier Boise. I again appreciate this process and thank you for your time tonight. I know you are giving much of your personal hours over to this process, and so I'm really, really grateful that the city has done such a wonderful job with this.
Thank you. Okay, Tara Wolfson. And then Philip Chafee and Cameron LaFrance.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Great. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Tara Wolfson and I live at 2202 North 18th Street. And I'm online today to speak in support of the modern zoning code. I've lived in Boise since 2000 and I live a pretty idyllic life here. I can walk to work, rarely battle any traffic, and have great social cohesion, and diverse friends. But I worry about sprawl a lot. I worry about housing prices and want others to have the same opportunities I had. We have to do something to make it so. I applaud the committee and city for taking this step to find fair, practical, and creative ways to increase our housing opportunities, including workforce and low-income housing to diversify our neighborhoods, to make our city even more livable and modern. And also to recognize that we can't keep doing things the way we have been doing them on a heating planet. We need less cars in the Boise Valley. We need resilient, modern housing. Most of all, I care about this city and its residents, and I can see that this has been a thoughtful, studied process. I believe that you, commissioners, also care about our city, and that's why I'm urging you to approve the code modernization effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Phil Chafee and then Cameron LaFrenz, and then David King, I believe are all online, staff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Hi, my name is Phil Chafee. I live at 2155 North Wilmington Drive in Boise. Tonight I want to testify in strong support of the zoning code rewrite. I was born and raised here in Boise. My wife and I are fortunate to buy a house in the fall of 2012 before Boise became one of the least affordable housing markets in the entire country. We understood when we bought our house that our property would be taxed to help support public services provided by the city. At no time have we ever been assured, nor would we expect, an availability of subsidized curbside parking for vehicles, and we were never guaranteed nor had any expectation that our neighborhood would remain unchanged in perpetuity. While I would prefer to get rid of all parking minimum requirements, allow more residential density throughout the city, I applaud the work done by the Planning and Zoning Commission to find a middle ground between those who purchase their homes when housing was cheap and those who are desperate to find a place to live in a community that allows work-life balance. I am encouraged that this plan will ease restrictions and allow small commercial developments like cafes to enjoy a more Hyde Park-like feel throughout the city. As an underwriter of real estate loans in the Pacific Northwest, I have seen firsthand the impact that increased supply of units have had on applying downward pressure on lease and rent rates. I believe this code does encourage additional housing supply for a market, which should slow the rise in rent rates across the city and allow for more natural development, which would be a major step towards addressing our current housing emergency. While I agree with some opponents of the zoning change that ideally we would add additional deed restrictions for affordable housing in exchange for allowed increased density / height allowances, I understand based on your statements there are legal complications with this approach. I would hate for the perfection to be the enemy of improvement from our current zoning standards. Looking across our nation, we find that the least affordable cities are often those with car-centric development, as we have had here in Boise. I see the proposed changes as a positive effort to try and help Boise enjoy a more human-centered development and ultimately avoid the development mistakes of places like Los Angeles and San Francisco Bay. Finally, I'd like to thank you and the city of Boise for your efforts and to inform the citizens of Boise that this zoning code rewrite was happening. I have seen news coverage, read stories in newspapers, and received emails, saw notices along pathways, and even saw a printout of the code at my local library. Thank you for your efforts in making this an inclusive process and for your time here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Cameron LaFrenz, and then David King, and then Bethany Martinez, and Ellen Camfield Nelson.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You might try your volume a little.
Okay.
Up a little bit.
Hello, my name is Cameron LaFrenz. I live at 11213 Camas Street. I am a student at Treasure Valley Math and Science Center here in Boise, Idaho. I've been worried about the effects that the zoning code rewrite will have on my future and the future of my generation. I've seen that Idaho Power's goal is to use 100% clean energy sources by 2045. When I talked to an Idaho Power representative, he told me that with the influx of people that are coming to my home city of Boise, that we may not be able to reach our goal in time. Approximately 53% of the electricity that we are currently using is non-renewable. That number will continue to go up if we densify our city too much and strain our power grid beyond its capacity. I'm concerned about the effects of climate change on my generation and the impact it will have on this community. This certainly won't allow us to achieve Mayor McLean's climate change goal to reach carbon neutral by 2050. Moreover, densification may lead to the loss of natural ecosystems in the city, which can have far-reaching effects on the environment and the well-being of its inhabitants. It is essential to strike a balance between urban development and environmental conservation to ensure that both humans and other organisms can coexist in a healthy and sustainable manner. If you reduce the open space requirements, we lose space for trees and grass that are crucial carbon sinks. To help with sustainable goals for the future, we should require certain things from developers. They should be required to plant a certain number of trees based on the area of each building. If they can't plant them at that location, then they should pay the city a fee to plant them at an undeveloped park. They should install solar panels on new buildings or pay Idaho Power for clean renewable energy sources to be purchased. If a building will create higher traffic counts, then developers should help Ada County to build proper sized roads and bike lanes for their buildings so they don't have to create worse traffic conditions. There should be guidelines in the code for you to reject a development and traffic counts if traffic counts will cause problems. It is vital that we consider the long-term implications of our decisions and take a comprehensive approach to urban planning. We need to prioritize the well-being of the environment and future generations alongside economic development and growth. It is only by working together and making informed decisions that we can create a thriving and sustainable community for all. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this subject tonight. I hope you will consider my words when making your decision.
Thank you. Okay, David King. Oh, yeah. And then after
Yep.
David, sorry.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your hard work and all your hard work going and everything you do. I'm David King. I live at 10064 Mill Creek Drive in Boise. I am on the board of the South Cole Neighborhood Association. I'm the chairman of the Boise Parks Association, president of Friends of McGurdio Park, and I'm a rescue mission volunteer. And I can say firsthand that sobriety and mental health care are what are necessary to address homelessness, certainly not more construction of more units. First, I would like, and I oppose the zoning code rewrite. I'd like to address the fundamental unfairness of the zoning code rewrite. The rewrite divides Boise into the haves and the have-nots. There are sections of town that are exempt from this upzone, and those are the wealthy and politically powerful areas. All the elected, or I would imagine that the elected and appointed officials and those who fund their campaigns are disproportionately unaffected by the upzone, while those in Boise who are economically disadvantaged bear all the burden. Next, city council districts, and in particular those who are impacted the most by the upzone, are represented by appointed members when an election is only months away. Next, this modifies certain permitting processes so that more changes in uses of property will be permitted without any review and opportunity for public comment. But it doesn't address any of the most glaring issues in the way that the city of Boise conducts planning and approval of projects, like the fact that one city department can initiate a project to planning on behalf of an unnamed party here. It's impossible to think that when the airport or the Parks and Recreation submits something to Boise, but the planning department, that colleagues who are just enjoying coffee together in the break room are going to get a thorough review of their projects. That's not something that they dare address in this rewrite. Lastly, it would take artificial intelligence to predict what this zoning code rewrite will do in the future. The new list of permitted uses has fewer uses than the current zoning code. And this is the complete opposite of reality. Every year, there are more uses of property than the year before. And there are items on, there are items on this list that must be.
Sorry, Mr. King, that was your time. Okay. Up next, Bethany Martinez, Ellen Camfield Nelson, and then Terry Wilson.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bethany Martinez. I live at 1134 West River Street, and I'm here to express my support for the modern zoning code rewrite with some reservations. I have a unique perspective because on February 14th, my current residence was approved to be rezoned and demolished to make way for a 4-story apartment building on Ashen River. I was pleased to see that the new code provides some protection for tenants such as myself, including a 120-day notice of planned demolition and financial reimbursement of 2 months' rent, which the latter we did not receive. I was also pleased to see that the property owner must replace demolished rental units with an equal number of affordable housing units for households at 80% AMI, and that those replacement units must remain affordable for a minimum of 20 years. However, my fear arises from the provision in the code that allow property owners to apply for waivers to the affordable housing requirements in certain circumstances, such as if compliance would cause an undue financial burden. This concern stems from what I heard council members saying when they approved the decision to rezone my current residence. For background, the current dwelling has 16 units. So under this modern zoning rewrite, the developer would have had to include 16 affordable units at 80% AMI. What was approved, however, was 13 units at 100% AMI. And when council member Badgett approved the decision, he said, and I quote, "On the affordable units issue, it is best to replace what we have with something that serves the same purpose. But in less than a year, the developer can come back and do this as a matter of right under the new zoning code without any affordable units." Council member Clegg then agreed and said, "I think this application provides more than we will get 9 months from now." That's very concerning to hear them say this about this modern zoning code. Then on April 5th, a city council meeting was held to amend the rezone and include 15 affordable units instead of 13. When the developer spoke, he said city council had 2 options. 1, keep their decision on February 14th and get 13 affordable units, or delay the project until the new zoning code is in place and likely not get any affordable units. This showed development's hand for how they plan to act under this new zoning code. This concerns me as I am moving this week, actually, down the road 3 blocks away, and likely will face a similar issue in the near future. Councilmember Wooding's statement at the end of the April 5th meeting regarding preserving existing affordable housing is appreciated, but the loophole of undue financial burden must not let the developers avoid providing affordable housing. This is something I urge you all to look at, since our own council members didn't appear confident that this modern zoning would ensure that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Campfield Nelson.
Mr. Chair, she's online.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners. My name is Ellen Campfield Nelson. I live at 323 West Rassigue Street. I work at 802 West Bannock Street in downtown Boise. I'm a small business owner. I've lived here for about 15 years, and I'm a certified professional planner with about 20 years experience. I've also been privileged to work on with a lot of neighborhoods in Boise and with the city itself over the years on neighborhood plans, open space and recreation plans, and other related efforts. And I'm just here speaking, on behalf of myself and not any of those efforts. But I mention it only because I've had the honor of listening to neighbors as they work through their own processes of what they want their neighborhoods to look like. And it's my belief that what I have heard over and over again in those meetings generally trends toward and is reflected in the code that you are reviewing and will be asked to approve. So to be clear, I strongly support the modern zoning code, not only because I think it is great for Boise, but I think it is reflective of what many Boiseans that I have personally talked to and listened to would like to see for their city. You've heard lots of great testimony, so I just want to make a couple points. One is that this is a complicated process that many cities undertake and fail at, and it's very exciting that we are at this point in this process. And I just want to thank the city's planners and public servants and all of you for carrying the water for so long and having a very thorough process that has resulted in what I think is a values-based code that maintains the Boise we love and helps create the Boise that we want. I also just want to urge you to continue to do what I think all civic leaders in this time need to do, meeting a time that we're in a very serious housing crisis and other kinds of planning, climate issue crises, and just be brave in your decisions. In my 20 years of planning, there are common arguments that are brought up to keep communities kind of locked in this endless cycle of kind of an auto-centric housing monoculture that is not very equitable, as we see in what surrounds us in other cities and states. And those arguments focus on neighborhood character, on parking and traffic, on taxes, and on being too kind to developers and not listening to neighbors. And time and again, those arguments really have not proven out, and they have not shown the market, which a lot of people will point to as the thing that is going to or should be helping us plan and design our cities, has not done a good job at giving us the kinds of things that we need in our communities. So I just urge you to be brave, and I appreciate you taking all of this testimony, including mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Wilson. Okay. Mike Stefanchik. Okay, you're up next, please. And then Ed McCluskey, whose staff I believe is online, and then Angela Wood, and Lauren Panisi, who's also online, and then Bud Comfer.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, and thanks for letting me have this opportunity to share my perspective. I live on the bench at 1630 South Rand in the Bora neighborhood. I believe this zoning rewrite will create a more vibrant community and economic opportunity, ease our need for cars, and ease the housing crisis that we're all facing here. And it will impact the well-being, the people, and the fabric of our community. So I'm in full support. I've lived in various cities around the country and around the world, from suburban sprawl to dense, vibrant neighborhoods. And from those experiences, and having lived here in Boise for 13 years, I know that this update of the zoning code will make this city a better place for all. The things that I've seen and I've experienced in more dense neighborhoods has been more positive. It has eased my reliance on using automobiles, being able to walk to a neighborhood store, a corner market, to get my necessities, the resources that I'm fortunate enough to have access to. And I reduced my reliance on having to use a car in many of those situations that I live, and reduce the financial burden that brings upon having to rely on a vehicle. And so having a more dense neighborhood, I believe, will help create this opportunity, I think, for more people. And also provide opportunities for small businesses to be more closer to some of their constituents or their individuals they're marketing their product to. Having more housing options for people who want to live in Boise will also strengthen the ability for businesses to attract a workforce to that, to fill many of the vacancies that we see all around our community. And some of that has some positive impacts of increasing wages, but attracting some more of that workforce will help fill in and help many of the services that we rely on. In creating this more dense neighborhood will also allow us to protect the foothills from sprawl. Having lived in suburban Chicagoland area and seen that sprawl expand, remove wetlands and nature area to accommodate housing because of some of the zoning code limited our access to nature. And we're very fortunate here in Boise to be able to easily get to the foothills, to get out into the desert and to do those. And I look out in that when we get to the edge of town, and I know if we're not able to change the zoning code, that will end up sprawling further and further, and it'll be houses as far as we can see. I also want to be part of the solution here and offer housing options for new residents here to Boise too as well. In the current zoning policy, I cannot add an accessory dwelling unit to my property. But in the new rewrite, I will be able to do that if I choose to do that and make that investment and be able to support more individuals looking for affordable housing, which I hope to be able to provide for more people. So thank you for doing this hard and difficult work and this process. I really appreciate this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ed McCluskey, and then Angela Wood, Lauren Panisi, and Bud Comper.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Hi, Ed McCluskey, BSU Professor Emeritus and Fulbright Scholar residing at 1919 Vernal Lane, Boise. I have three themes: upzoning, public engagement, and the 180-day plus delay. Monday gave us a wholesale denunciation meant to make irrelevant 200 upzone critics, a rebuke spiced with an ironic projection of ghosting painted on them. Then a mini lecture claimed to define upzoning, while a wider epistemic professional community doesn't buy it. So I give you the World Bank's definition. Upzoning changes zoning requirements to allow higher value, more dense use by increasing FARs, functional area requirements. Thus, upzoning applies to existing zones as much to rezones, like R2s moved from 35 to 45 feet. Zoning downward, say R2 back to 35 feet, reduces FARs, a downzoning that some cities have done with regrets for having upzoned. Key World Bank quote: as with density bonuses, upzoning is a financing tool to incentivize developers in the private sector to capture gains by increasing allowable density. So upzoning is about all increased density plans, but it is fundamentally about financial capitalization. Public engagement is a misleading term from a well-funded industry whose strategies and tactics aim to manage and control public demands for recognition and participation. Using outsourced consulting enterprises, PR, and commercial groups to that end, this coalesced industry tries to legitimize claims to public participation, but it does the opposite and with already weakened public spheres. Public concerns fold into largely unaltered outcomes, like the U.S. industry in general. Specious claims about communication, dialogue, deliberation, and transparency prevail, skewed toward control and management of the public. Its data gathering misses too much while posing engagement as though public stamps of approval had occurred. With international scholars known to analyze the uses and abuses of managed public engagement, I unpack this in a refereed journal article to be published late summer. You asked what would be done with a 180-day delay or more. Any rewrite deserves better sourced, less myopic research with no gun-jumping conclusions, demonizing those NAs that didn't get the memo to respond. Create that time to respond thoroughly and to offer alternatives. Finally, without the city council fully and duly elected, a vote recommending this rewrite will undemocratically ghost the public, further eroding public trust and legitimacy. Don't break democracy by recommending this rewrite. For now, thoughtfully review what our citizens criticize about this upzone. Their wisdom and expertise are vital to the health of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Angela Wood. No, I see. Okay. Lauren Panisi is online, and then Bud Comfer.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
When we transition off the online list to the in-person sign up from the front, can we take a break, please?
That is the plan. That's my plan.
How many more do we have?
We're right here. Lauren Panisi and then Bud Comfort, and then we're on break.
Great.
Sorry. Good.
Hi there. Oh,
Yep.
can you
Hello.
hear me?
We can. Hello.
Hi there. I need to share my screen. Is that possible?
Staff, we get there? 1 second.
Okay. To a panelist.
Lauren, you should be able to share your screen now.
I want to talk about the West End neighborhood. In particular, about two streets, Idaho here and Bannock between 19th and 27th. As I mentioned when I testified for the West
Panisi,
End
I'm sorry,
neighborhood,
I hate to interrupt, but we can't see your screen.
you can't?
We cannot.
Okay.
Should be a share screen, a green share screen button at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, hang on. I do Zoom all day long. You think I'd know this? Okay, hold on. Sorry
Sympathize.
about that.
Perhaps we can give her a minute or two to get her tech going, and we can move to Mr. Comfort here in person while she gets her tech set. She's got it. Sorry.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
We can. I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. I wanted to talk about two streets in particular in the West End neighborhood between 19th and 27th, Idaho and Bannock. These are the streets right here. These are zoned R3. And then here goes State Street, R2, and then this is R here. So my concern and what I wanted to point out is the West End does have a rich history. It's been documented not only with this by the city, but also the Idaho State Preservation Society or organization. And the homes along Bannock are a little over 70% of them are eligible to be on the national registry. And with the R3 zone in the zoning code.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Miss Panisi, I'm sorry. We're having some technical difficulty hearing you. So if there, maybe if you stop your screen share and if you could just maybe do an oral testimony.
Okay, I have other videos that I wanted to okay.
Staff, I think we're gonna maybe have to bring her back later. Maybe if we can pause and then see if we can't get her back.
What about the R3 zone would do? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Miss Panisi, we're really having a hard time hearing you. I think what we'll do is we're gonna pause and then maybe have you call back in, and then we'll pick you up after we break. Okay, all right. Jumper, I think you're up.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening, Chairman and fellow commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight.
My name is Bud Comfort Jr. I reside in 8825 Middleton. I'm here representing as the CEO of NeighborWorks Boise, and our address here is 3380 West Americana Terrace in Boise. So NeighborWorks is a 501c3 nonprofit, community-minded, affordable housing developer who's served the Treasure Valley for the past 41 years. We provide an array of housing services from home buyer education, down payment assistance through our nonprofit lending arm. But tonight I'd like to speak to you on behalf of our affordable housing services, where we help families obtain, retain, and maintain their home. I'm here to show support of the updated building zoning codes. The updated codes before you tonight help set a blueprint for smart growth and the opportunity for us to grow wisely. This approach will allow for housing to be more easily developed to meet the needs of our growing communities. And specifically, I'd like to speak to two areas as it pertains to how housing surrounds transit-oriented and for transportation. And then secondly, affordability that happens naturally through density. First, how our community and how housing addresses transportation. An item difficult for a 57-year-old existing zoning plan to address. Urban sprawl development not only costs more for cities to develop and to keep up with, but also eats away at farmland and the foothills, which we all need and enjoy. The updated plans responsibly support the future goals for city alignment and the transit-oriented housing, specifically corridors used by our community and the employment centers. The vision fits well with what NeighborWorks built within our mission for the last 10 years. We have developed single-family home ownership within what we call our pocket neighborhood concept. The purpose of our pocket neighborhoods is to provide high-quality, obtainable housing, which grew out of a desire for many to live close to where they live, work, play, or worship. Our pocket neighborhoods work to respect housing diversity and within the communities that we're building in, respect the architecture around us. This integrated approach to the way we develop our land improves public transit, reduction in commute times by building close to transit-oriented corridors, and enhances walkability, increases the social interaction for our residents. Secondly, tying density incentives to requirements for affordable and sustainable housing. While this plan will not meet every need, it does provide a framework that encourages affordable housing, which is a huge step forward. As you all know, the community needs assessment that was released identified, spoiler alert, housing as the #1 need. And all of us today grew up, for the most, I should say, most of us today woke up into a house, woke up in a home, had a home, and we will go home to this evening in a home. Homes are where jobs go to sleep at night. And I'm here to just strongly support your recommendation for this moving forward to the City Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Staff, I think, do we have Lauren Panisi back online? It looks like maybe we do.
Mr. Chair, yes, she's online. I give her the phone number, but, and then Lauren, if you can hear me, I don't know if I can share your pictures quickly enough.
Okay.
So.
Well, we saw the image earlier, so if we can just get her on orally and just get her testimony, I think that'd be good. Ms. Panisi, can you hear us? Ms. Panisi, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you if you're speaking. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I know. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Okay,
can.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please. Nope, sorry, lost you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Technology is great. Okay, do I need to restate my name?
I'm sorry, Ms. Panisi, we're still just breaking up. I don't think we have the bandwidth right now. Okay. Staff, we're going to try. I think we need to, yeah, thank you. Miss Panisi, I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on. We can't hear you. So I'll maybe see if you can't work with staff here on the side and see if we can't get that corrected. Okay. She was the last one that signed up ahead of time on our list. Now we're two folks signed up here in person this evening. Jim Kaufman. Okay. Daniel Drake. Okay. And then Jerry Graves. Jody Peterson. Jerry. Okay. Then Jody Peterson. And then Karen Volk Hemsalk. Okay.
I'm next, right?
Yep. Go for it, please.
Hi there, Danny Drake, Interfaith Sanctuary. I guess I don't really know what to say because I've been a resident here and a taxpayer for 12 years. And I've been kind of chasing the same fight, working, trying to get advancements, trying to get enough money to get a place that's affordable or whatever that looks like. And really, I guess I just want to say that I'm for the zoning, this whole thing, contingent on, like follow up really, and just transparency where we can see where it's going and how it's affecting our community. And I've been here a long time and I'm kind of tired, and I would love to see housing for everybody because I think housing is a right and luxury is a privilege after housing is, established as a right. So that's really all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Jody, when you come up, could you give the address of Interfaith just so we have a address in the record? Thanks.
So Jerry Graves, and then Jay Peterson and Karen, and then Betty Berman Solo. Did she?
Go from short to tall. My name's Jerry Graves. I'm one of the homeless community and I'm representing the community. So I've been listening to what everybody said, and I think I'm going to go a different route with this because I don't want to reiterate what everybody's been saying. I grew up here, right? I support this modern zoning code for the very reason many of us do. I'm not going to rehash what's already been said. Instead, I'm going to, like I said, approach this a different way. I grew up here, just outside of downtown. There were horse and cattle pastures, a dirt road through the middle of Meridian. My uncle was a co-owner of Merrill's Egg Farm. We used to ride our horses out back of his house. I lived in a haunted house on Manitow Street. Went to school here, have my kids here. They give back to the community just like I do. So we knew with everything that's been, that we had when we were growing up here, we knew that there was going to be an influx of people that were going to come because we couldn't keep it a secret forever. But I knew that we had the heart and the will and the room to welcome everybody. And I'm surprised I'm not hearing more of that. And it feels I'm disabled, so I'm on a fix. I don't have an income right now. Hopefully I'll have one soon, but I've paid into my taxes and my disability and my Social Security. And now all of a sudden I'm without a home because there is nothing here that's affordable, especially when you're coming out of, I was co-parenting with my ex. And so he moved to Oregon and I was left without any savings. And all I really wanted to be was a mom. So once my kids graduated, I didn't have an income. I didn't have a savings to rely on. And then my body fell apart. And had we had more adequate housing, I think I would be okay. And I'm not. Now I'm having to run around and do things like, stay warm in the winter and find some air conditioning in the summer. And while my body is falling apart, meeting all these doctor's appointments and taking all this medication. I just think there's room enough for everybody here. We always thought that way growing up here. We welcomed everybody with open arms. I don't know why all of a sudden we want to close the floodgates and act like people have a right to keep everyone else out, because we weren't that way. And that's clear back in the 70s, or late 60s, early 70s. So we were here quite a while and we welcomed everybody. So the only thing I want to ask is maybe give me the same. Welcome me too, because I can't afford the rent here anymore. And I would sure like to have a roof over my head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. First, I'll give you the address for Interfaith. It's 1620 West River Street. I'm Jody Peterson Steigers. I'm the Executive Director of Interfaith Sanctuary, and I actually am going to speak on behalf of our population that we serve. So I'm going to use 1620 West River Street as my address as well, if that's okay. I wanted to share with you, there was an author who came to town. His name was Greg Coburn, and he wrote a book that is called Homelessness is a Housing Problem. And the book opens up with an analogy of a game of musical chairs. And there's 10 people invited to this party, and there's 10 chairs, and the host turns on the music. And as the music's playing and everyone's running around the chairs, the host takes one of the chairs away. And when he stops the music, everyone scrambles to get to a chair, but there's only 9 chairs and there's 10 people, and one of those people's on crutches. But it's not his fault. There just wasn't a chair for him. He is a man without a chair because there wasn't enough chairs. And what Greg Coburn was trying to show us is that as he walked through our city, he was like, this is amazing. Visually, you cannot really see a homelessness issue here yet. But you guys are set up to be next. You're the next Portland, you're the next Seattle, because you don't have vacancy and your home prices and your rentals are so high. You have to get your housing up. You have to have all kinds of housing, and you have time. But like we're on the cusp. We're like just about to go over the edge. We're watching the increase in the homeless count. We're seeing the families, 7,000 kids now homeless in the state of Idaho. Like the numbers are going the wrong way, but this rewrite's going the right way. Because what it does is it's creating access. It's building all different kinds of houses for all different kinds of people, which is what neighborhoods are supposed to be about anyways. It's creating diversity. It's allowing people to be able to walk to their coffee shop in all different parts, not just Hyde Park, not just the less just those. Everyone wants to live that way though. And you know what? The guests at my shelter, they want a home. They want to get out of my shelter. They're doing everything they possibly can. They go to work. Jerry's trying to get disability. She's been trying to find a lawyer who can take her. She's disabled and the system's broken. And she lives in a hotel shelter when she used to live in a house in Hyde Park. She's a sewer. She's so talented. She's a writer. And Karen, they all work. They all do all these things. And yet, like day after day, we're trying to find the access for them, because it's not their fault, but they're being treated like it's their fault. But this rewrite, it opens up the doors, it equalizes, it gives equity, it's inclusive. It allows diversity in all neighborhoods, which is how we're supposed to live anyway. So I guess you can tell I'm a huge enthusiast when it comes to this rewrite, and I absolutely support it. And I thank you for all the hard work and to the city staff for doing this work. We're on the right track, I know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Karen Folk. Heimsalk, sorry. Heimsalk. Okay,
It's hard.
my eyes are tired.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
My address is also Interfaith Sanctuary, 1620 West River Street. And I'm just going to be short and sweet. I'm 78. I've been homeless unhoused, whichever you prefer, for 3 years. I've been looking in 3 different states, and for 2 years I've been looking in Boise. And I'm on a fixed Social Security income. I'm not disabled. I am doing volunteer work. I think of all the cities that I've lived in, including a wonderful city in Norway where everything worked, where you didn't need a car, where everybody knew each other, where the schools were fantastic, where jobs were plentiful. And trust me when I say I've lived in a lot of different cities, I really have. Yeah. But that's opened my eyes. I think as Jody said, the world and Boise are on the cusp of what's going to come. And you can't plan soon enough for it. And I appreciate you giving me this chance to speak my mind, my truth. And I really hope that this comes through. It's a really good modernization approach. It needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Berman Solo?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and and then Lauren is next. So, Ms. Panisi, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello there.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So good. Okay. Lauren Panisi, 2411 West Pleasanton Ave. What I was starting to show you was the proposed ZCR map for two streets in my neighborhood, which is the West End, between 19th and 27th Street. Those two blocks are zoned R3. And with the zoning code rewrite, it allows those two streets to now be high density, which means they can have 43.5 units per acre with a maximum height of 45 feet. And this is important because there is a property on 2502 Bannock, and this is the picture I wanted to show. It's a single family home that a developer, out-of-state developer, bought a few years ago. And at that time, under the old code, he was allowed to build up to 12 units and scaled back to 5. Now with this zoning code rewrite, he's going to be allowed to build possibly, I think it's about a half an acre. So does that mean he's going to be able to build up to potentially 20 units at 45 feet high? And how does that preserve the character or the uniqueness of our neighborhood? So I think there's a discrepancy with how those two streets in particular are zoned. If you look at how north of State Street is zoned and the pattern of R2 and R1C, how that is, our neighborhood has the same history, has the same character, but yet is zoned completely different. It's R2, and then like those two streets are R3. And I think that needs to be looked at because it doesn't follow the pattern that I think has been established and discussed about how we want to zone off of main arteries and have the step down. Not to mention on those two streets, there are historic homes that have been documented. About a little over 70% of the homes on those two particular streets between 19th and 27th are eligible for National Registry, including the house at 2502 Bannock. Not to mention how that's going to look next to, if it's a 45 foot, you can do the max, next to single family homes that are either 1.5 story, or at most 2 story. So I think that really disrupts and doesn't add to the neighborhood. I think it detracts. And there's another property on Jefferson that kind of shows, and that was another picture I wanted to show, that shows a 3-story multifamily complex next to a single family home. The first 2 stories are right up against the single family home, and the third story has the wedding cake effect, but you can still see that it towers over the single family home. And that's what's going to happen in the R3, especially on those 2 streets, not to mention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Panisi. Appreciate that. Okay, Back to the folks in person. I think is it Bonnie Krupp? No? Okay. Matt Clark. And then Hank Weeb.
We're hoping to split our time if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, so my name is Matt Clark. I live on Euclid Avenue in Southeast Boise. I apologize that I was not able to submit a written statement, but I hope that the commission will give my comments full consideration. I support the city's efforts to modernize our zoning code. I believe that the process conducted for the last 3 years has been transparent, deliberate, and guided by genuine efforts to find solutions that work for Boise. Any suggestions to slow down the process or wait until the election are just talking points crafted by people who want to obstruct the change. I support the proposed code's efforts to increase housing production in the right places, create incentives for building income-restricted housing, and stabilize neighborhoods by increasing housing choices within their existing bounds. At the end of the day, what matters is that there are enough homes for my friends, my siblings, my coworkers, and the other essential people that make Boise function. If neighborhoods are missing important options like duplexes, fourplexes, or apartments, that neighborhood is then exclusive. Exclusion is what creates a segregated city, not density. I support the proposed code's effort to prevent sprawl and focus on directing development where we have planned public investment. We can either build a sprawling city that will forever be inefficient and expensive to serve with transit, or we can build a compact city that sets us up to be transit ready and makes it easier for people to choose to drive less and drive less far. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to speak quickly in support of modernizing the zoning code, just on 2 main points. First of all, I think that it does a really great job of preventing sprawl into the foothills. I think many people here really appreciate the nature that Boise has to offer and wants to preserve the foothills and the areas surrounding it. And for that reason, I support modernizing the zoning code. And secondarily, I think that the modernized zoning code will help diversify our city and create a Boise that is livable, not for just one demographic profile, but rather people who represent my age group, other age groups, and different backgrounds. And something that I would like to see in my city is people who aren't just like me. And I think that the modern zoning code can help support that.
Great. Thank you. Before you depart, can we get your name and address too?
Isabel Charles, and I live on Euclid Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, Hank Weeb. And then I have John Gannon and Richard Llewellyn.
Hank Weeby, 2255 Ormond, Boise. Native to Boise, lived here my whole life. Seen a lot of change. Want to give a shout out to the current code. Certainly has carried the torch. 60 years, and it's made Boise awesome. So a lot of language around the idea that it sucks. And I don't think that's been the truth, because otherwise it wouldn't be where we're at. So 3 minutes, 3 points, streets, blueprint, and some fairy dust. So streets, the code 600 pages doesn't have anything that addresses the uniqueness of streets in Boise. And I live on just such a street, pretty unique. It's paved 25 feet wide. It's without sidewalks, curbs, or gutters. There are open irrigation ditches, large trees, and my neighbors, we all like it this way. It's kind of a country feel. Many of the lots on my street are large, and the plan would basically wreck the street as it's presently set up with the neighborhood feel. And several lots could accommodate a 12-plex, and I verified this with city planners. So expecting parking to spill out onto this street is a bit of insanity, as I can imagine. It's only 25 feet wide. You need 12 feet for one lane. So you can't see you'd really be able to park on the street. This is going to cause tremendous problems for trash, safety, and it's probably going to amplify some tension and hostility with neighbors. And just to put some humor into all of this, we're all probably maybe going to get some fentanyl from Portland. The blueprint, Tim's presentation on Monday, the slides. Slides are great, not too many, which for me sort of meant that the ones that he gave must be really important. And so I think you guys should go check those out again. One in particular, why are we amending the current zoning code? And I found the language that he had on that slide in the blueprint. So what sucks for me is that the rest of the paragraph wasn't included, that he pulled that out of from the blueprint. And I'm kind of wondering, well, why not include all of it? I mean, the document's supposed to work as a whole, not in parts and pieces. And so that kind of brought me to drawing everyone's attention to see the state statute title 67, chapter 65, local land use planning, right? Got to use the whole thing. Our community accepted and adopted what's written in the blueprint. Well, because what's written in it, and as such, you're obligated to include all of it, not just the parts and pieces that are convenient for an upzone. So I thought I'd read the part that got excluded that caught my attention. The city will review and update existing regulations to ensure new housing types are consistent with the community character. For each neighborhood, providing for design characteristics that fit into existing neighborhoods. So back to my street at 25 feet, kind of can't see how we're going to do that.
Ruby, I'm sorry.
You don't get any fairy dust. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, John Gannon, then Richard Llewellyn, and then Ethan Mansfield.
Thank you for allowing this time to testify. And I really like the way that this meeting's been run. We've got a great chairman who's really doing a good job, as the rest of you are too. But I wanted to mention that. But, you know, I think as we've been here, the testimony has shown different views, understandings, interpretations of this 600-page, 200,000-word plan. This is supposed to be one of the biggest decisions this city's made in 60 years. But there hasn't been the direct contact and the explanatory information that I think people need. The website has no executive summary. There are no facts, which are frequently asked questions. It'd be wonderful to have that on there with maybe 30 or 40 of the questions that have been asked here and discussed and the answers. There's no explanation, simple, you know, a 1-page or 2-page explanation. If you live in an R1C, this is what can happen. This is what happens if you're 300 feet near a collector. No explanation even of what a collector arterial is. And I know everybody involved in this knows all that stuff. But I can tell you out there, they don't. I've had a number of people ask me questions and I can't answer them. Direct contact. ACHD remodeled or redesigned Kootenai Street. They had at least 3 general public meetings at our Red Rock Christian Church. I think about 75 people attended. And the reason is that they sent individual cards to the entire neighborhood. Those of us, you didn't have to live on Kootenai to get the cards. And people responded. In addition, Cassius Street went through the same thing. And there were cards saying, I live a quarter mile from Cassius Street. I got a card. We're going to upgrade Cassius Street. And they had the same format. And it's all happened. Kootenai's almost finished. Even Veolia, who's needed some prodding of which I'm proud to be a part of, now notifies customers with reader boards and mailers when they're doing their clean out and sending us brown water. And they advise of their work to improve the system. So I really didn't know a lot about this. Still don't, even after listening to 2 or 3 days of hearings. But so I went down to the planning department on Tuesday and talked to a planner. And the first planner that was sent out wasn't familiar enough with the project, with the plan, to give me that information. And she's a great person, but she's in a different place. So then the second planner came out, and wonderful. She She gave all kinds of answers and very helpful, and I'm out of time on that. The only other thing I wanted to mention was the entire plan, I would like to see some path to ownership. There's nothing about manufactured housing. There's nothing about condos, owner occupied condos in particular. And there's one other one, RVs, RV parks. We don't have RV parks in Boise anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did he not? I'm sorry, Mr. Gannon, I apologize. I don't know if you gave your address.
I did it.
Okay. Mr. Danley here caught me on that one. So, yeah.
1104 Johnson Street.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Llewellyn, you're next, then Ethan Mansfield, and then Marissa Keith.
Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. My 3-year experience on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Zoning Code Rewrite led to 3 reasons that I joined Reject Boise Upzone. The first is that, despite multiple requests, we were never given access to a public interest attorney that could help us understand Idaho strategies for affordable housing or upholding the quality of life policies in Blueprint Boise. Instead, the final draft contained a radical rewrite of the conditional use criteria that requires reinterpretation of the entire document. Now that necessary mitigation for adverse impacts are severely limited, how will you evaluate the impact of the new allowance for landfills in the city or Amazon fulfillment centers masquerading as warehouses? The second reason is that repeated requests for data on whether curtailing the public process, say cutting neighborhood association testimony in half to 5 minutes, addresses any material bottleneck to the shortage of housing. How does this compare to the many housing units that have already been entitled, often for years, but not constructed, or once built, sit empty for a year while the owner times the market? This happened with 22 townhomes on Rose Street in 2020, a fraction of the development rezoned in 2017 from a pasture for missing middle home ownership opportunities eventually were packaged and sold as rentals. Construction on the remaining 100 hasn't even started. Without data, we end up relying on ideology. The prevailing ideology is that local people are ignorant and a nuisance and should be pushed as far away from meaningful decision-making as possible. This leads to the third reason I joined Reject Boise Upzone. Over the years, I asked how our neighborhood plans could be strengthened or weakened by the rewrite. I never received any response. And yet, neighborhood plans represent the closest expression of the people in our comp plan, written in concert with the city at high cost and labor. Every clause is vetted and often a result of compromise. Our neighborhood came to accept transit-oriented development along State Street and emphasize the need for safety infrastructure, pathways, and waterway protections. The people you call NIMBYs may share many of your ideals, but have learned that bureaucracies often fail. For example, DEQ staff was prevented from discussing the contaminant PFAS, and so left our elected leaders in the dark about dangers of discharging treated wastewater into our canals. We NIMBYs corrected that. People that will be directly affected are not always right, but we are willing to dig deep because our lives depend on it. There is a path forward. Analyze compliance with each neighborhood plan and district policy of Blueprint Boise with public participation. Quickly passing this code will mean that a battle will become a political and legal war in which only opportunists will win. I'll be fighting on the side of history, the side of strengthening democracy rather than weakening it. I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Mansfield, and then Marissa Keith, and then Christy Warhurst. Go ahead.
Great, thanks, commissioners. I just want to first point out that I'm going to be speaking on behalf of myself, not on behalf of Hawkins this evening. I just wanted to make that clear. I also would like to reject the upzone of the Frank Church Wilderness. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know, you guys might have missed the discussion about how this was going to destroy the Frank Church earlier. And I would also like to support the repeal of the Boise Down Zone, which is what I think we're recommending approval of tonight. So I'd also like to commend staff. My name is Ethan Mansfield, 4409 West Albion Street, Boise, Idaho. And I'd like to first commend staff for working through this monumental undertaking. I know that they've been thinking about it day in and day out for the past year, at least. And overall, they've done a tremendous job. They've created a code that generally allows for more of the things we want. And I'm very supportive of this new code. I have a few suggestions and thoughts about how we can make it more effective at promoting good development without stifling innovative, creative development. I think that my suggestions will bring us closer to creating neighborhoods that we had before the zoning code in the first place, which, let's face it, are literally the most valuable neighborhoods in the city. And like Jody pointed out earlier, we need more of these places. So the problem with the old existing code is not that it was reflective of the zeitgeist of the 1960s when it was implemented. The old code reflected the values of that time when it was created, and that's what policy generally does, and that's fine. The problem with the old code is that as the zeitgeist changed over time, the zoning code did not. And we've continued to subsidize the development of things that we now widely understand have created problems. And that is the fundamental issue of overregulating land use. Preferences and technologies change, codes do not, at least fundamentally. We have an opportunity now to change that with this code. That's why we should liberalize parking requirements and the table of allowed uses. That's why we should make land subdivision easier. That's why we should make it easier to build all types of housing, because we don't know exactly what types of housing people will want in 40 years. We don't know whether people will travel by scooter, horse, rideshare, giant truck, bus, or e-bike in 40 years. Let's make a durable code that makes it easy to develop vibrant communities. Developers, both large and small, are community builders. If people don't or won't buy it or rent it, developers won't build it. If we allow for good development, it will get built. And the proposed code generally allows this good development. But I'm going to quickly highlight two items that are easy to change that will have very far-reaching positive effects in terms of land development in my 30 seconds that I have left. First, please consider keeping the minor land division. Crystal, is it possible to bring up my little deal in my last 26 seconds? So I want to talk about this development. It doesn't really matter whether you have small lot allowances, large lot allowances, what the minimum lot size is. If it takes a year and a half to divide the land, you won't get small scale developers doing it. And that's what we've done by eliminating the minor land division. Please, please, please consider keeping it. It will make small scale development, missing middle development, which is exactly what we want, a reality. And then please deregulate parking. Thank you. Both mins and maxes. Thanks.
Thank you. Marissa Keith, and then Christy Warhurst, and Karen Schreiber, and Robert Elliott.
My name is Marissa Keith, and I'm at 3279 South Cloverdale. I was a member of the Citywide Advisory Committee. Sorry, I'm tired. And when the rewrite started, I was a social worker. When the rewrite ended, I was working for two nonprofits, still do. One that advocates for the Boise River, and I would like to ask that you please add the Boise River ordinance to your short list for tonight. And the other is a coordinator for Safe Routes to Schools programs. So over the 3 years of the rewrite, I attended most of the advisory meetings, a majority of the community meetings held by the city. As for the process, I wish that two things had gone differently. And one was that the public had shown up more for the community conversations and the open houses that the city had held for modules 1, 2, and 3. And the other one was that the city had held at least a few of those events after the final draft had been released so that people could have more opportunity to ask questions. So I live in the area of impact. The answer to the housing crisis is not to sprawl further out into the desert, let me tell you that. But over the last 4 years, our neighbors to our right, left, and behind have all had people living in RVs behind their houses, hidden from the county, so they're not found out. Another person living in an RV used to park at night to the north of my house in a subdivision that was under construction. The need for housing is huge, and the current code not only promotes sprawl, but it does nothing to incentivize the type of growth that we want to see. So I know the city's opinion is that they can't mandate affordable housing, and I would like to see this zoning code take more of a firm stance and make not including affordable housing unprofitable. It's on the right track, but I think that it could go further. I would also like to explore, or have the city explore, if they can incentivize a first right of refusal with most new projects to allow tenants first and then the city second a chance to buy the property if it goes up for sale. If we could identify current affordable housing and compel those landlords into signing a first right of refusal contract, that would be all the better. So when the market changes, and it will at some point, it may be feasible for the city to capture more affordable housing and preserve it from the next wave of growth. Time extensions have also been a problem out where we live. Half-finished subdivisions that sit for years without being finished. I think that time extensions should be few and far between. The other thing would be a citywide demolition by neglect ordinance so that developers cannot let buy-up houses, abandon them, and then drug use, squatters, and all sorts of great things go in next door. I also am not in favor of tearing down existing houses. I would like to make it difficult to tear them down and easy to do adaptive reuse and incorporate them into new developments. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christy Warhurst. And then Karen Scriver. And then Robert Elliott.
Good evening. My name is Karen Scriver. I live in Veterans Park neighborhood at 4035 West Garnet Street. I'm on the Veterans Park Neighborhood Association board, but I'm speaking for myself. I live on my grandmother's homestead from 1920 and share that property with my brother's house. My grandmother sold the city of Boise the land for the Lander Street treatment plant in the 1950s. She was born in 1888 and was a visionary on land use. She was the one who did multiple land splits whereby she and her husband built and had many duplexes built back in the 40s through the 70s. I don't know when the city changed the zoning for my neighborhood to R2, but I don't remember being told that was happening. Maybe I did not live there then. When I was born, my parents lived in the duplex my grandmother owned next to her house. There are many duplexes, triplexes, and multiplexes in my neighborhood. There are more than single homes. There are 12 on my street alone, and many are owned by investors, along with 4 Habitat for Humanity duplex homes. I believe most of all the plexes are rented, which creates few problems, mostly code issues. I used to live in Eagle in a large home in a beautiful subdivision, but I chose to move back to my grandmother's property because it was my heritage and I wanted to be closer to my brother. It is in an older area with narrow streets and no sidewalks. I walk my dogs a couple of times a day and I have to move to the side of the road to avoid getting hit by the school buses flying by and the many renters speeding along. My point in telling you all this is that my R2 zone full of affordable multifamily housing works pretty well as it stands, thanks to my grandmother, but it will not work with additional 45-foot apartment units being added to an already very inclusive older neighborhood. The roads won't support that, and they will be even more dangerous if you don't allow sufficient parking spots whereby the street becomes the de facto. The city already determined that sidewalks cannot be added to our neighborhood through one of their neighborhood improvement programs. We had a pedestrian hit in our neighborhood last fall and a hit and run, and we barely have room to put our garbage cans on the street with all these plexes. Narrow streets with no sidewalks is a consistent problem in Veterans Park neighborhood. And as you look to transition the neighborhood from the C1 zones to the R2, I would strongly consider that you look at all that. I feel like the zoning changes are aggressive toward low income, less affluent, older neighborhoods. I think that as you look at these zoning changes, you need to, if you really want to solve this, you need to look across the city and not protect everybody else and impact all of us that live in these other places. The other thing I would like to say is that I do not think people all understand this. I think the city's tried, but I think there's a great lack of education about the impacts on these changes.
And I would also like to say that I don't have a city elected council member representing my district. I do not support some of the code changes, and I ask that you defer the decision on the zoning code until after the city council elections. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Okay, Robert Elliott. And then Mr. Elliott's the last person on our sign up. So if there's anybody else that didn't sign up in the audience and wants to testify, which I don't think there is at this point, maybe one or two. Okay, great. Right after Mr. Elliott, please come on up. And then you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robert Elliott, and I'm at 1037 West Hale Street, right by the university. And that house is a 400 square foot ADU. And for reference, it's about the size of 2 parking spots. And I live in that ADU with my girlfriend. Now, some I've heard might describe my house as substandard and inadequate, but we really love it. And we love that it's close enough that we can walk and bike to everything that we need to get to. Now, I was very fortunate to live in a part of town in a neighborhood where this type of house was legal to build. But I understand that many people are shut out of the opportunity to buy or build a house like mine, since my house is illegal in most types of the city under the current zoning code. However, even though my house was legal to build in my neighborhood, there were very restrictive parking minimum requirements. So much so that more square footage had to be set aside for parking minimums than there was for the actual house and living space. And I found that parking very useful as somebody who bikes and walks everywhere. Overall, I strongly support the modern zoning code, as I believe it was a step in the right direction and will allow for more housing to be developed in a sustainable and affordable way. If I were to make suggestions, it would be to make this zoning rewrite more aggressive. First of all, I think it should abolish all parking minimums or even set parking maximums. As I mentioned earlier, my house is the size of about 2 parking spots, and just think of all of the housing we could build in the concrete deserts that we have for parking lots right now. And I think that it could be a little bit more aggressive with going after HOAs and CCNRs. I think that's a giant loophole that's preventing this zoning code rewrite from being as effective as it could be. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me just test this first so I know what I'm doing. Okay. Good evening, Erica Schofield, 7363 West Limelight Court. This is my 6th year of testimony on public safety and advocating for decisions based on data and adopted standards. The city is falling further and further behind on its core responsibility of public safety in regards to keeping up with growth and that it has aggressively pursued. The hard data, extensive research, showed decades of development approvals in the Northwest planning area, starting with the Quail Ridge subdivision in 1988, that were based on the promise to build planned fire stations. 35 years of empty promises have gone by. Now we have a fire station planned for Bogart Lane, but even if this station is built, it might not actually be able to be staffed. Right now, we are short 117 additional firefighters for our current population. In 2015, the city record for the police department showed the need for 34 additional firefighters. By 2018, that number increased to 54. By November 2021, we were short nearly 70 positions. And now the most recent data shows we have an immediate staffing need of 129 additional officers for our current population. For those listening in, if you are hearing these numbers for the first time and this is disturbing to you, it should be, because this is your taxpayer-funded protection and safety that is being placed at higher risk every day. And it is also the safety of our first responders. The recent public safety plan acknowledges the burden being imposed on these 2 departments through its strategies to address burnout from being overworked, the risk of suicide, as well as the need for trauma recovery. We are most likely not going to hear testimony from our first responders because this might put their job security in jeopardy. But I fully anticipate we may hear comments from upper management that attempts to minimize the issues, but the data speaks for itself. No rationale or excuses can dispute this. Public safety services are already stretched too thin. We are now at more than 7 minutes for our response, while the policy and the comprehensive plan and the response standard used in the methodology for collecting fire impact fees is a 4-minute response. Boise's elected officials have failed to build up the strategic assets necessary to accommodate the additional growth they now wish to pursue. It may have been possible in 2018 when this started, when public staffing needs were lower, but that is no longer the case. We simply don't have the carrying capacity to handle an increased demand generated by rezoning for higher density. We won't for several more years at best. And the messaging coming from Mayor McLean claiming this rewrite for our code will improve public safety is smoke and mirrors for those who are easily fooled and not aware of this data. This data provides substantial evidence to support a recommendation of denial because this will place a further undue burden on our first responders and adversely continue to impact public safety. It's irresponsible and reckless to avoid this data. Based on the decision this body made for the IFS shelter, I have confidence you will continue to demonstrate the decisions impacting public safety are of the utmost importance. If the council throws you under the bus again, they can face the consequences of this fall's election.
Thank you. Anybody else in person that would like to testify? Ms. Keith, you were going to represent your neighborhood association, correct? Okay, we're going to finish up the public testimony. We'll close that and then do your neighborhood presentation. Yes, please come on up. Podium's free. And then after, let's say we only probably have one more person in chambers, and then we'll have a couple folks online have their hands up. Go to online folks next, please.
My name is Frankie Rosary, and I live at 3660 North 39th Street. And one thing that I haven't heard mentioned a lot, and I've lived in Boise for 70 years, is the weather. And we have a large population of older people, and we have people that are handicapped. And there's no way that public transportation is going to work for all of these people. There's going to be days in the winter that are below zero, snow everywhere, ice. There's going to be days in the summer that are above 100. And I can't imagine telling some of these people to go stand at a bus stop or to pay for transportation to get somewhere. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else in person? All right, gone. Staff will go to folks online. Looks like we have a few hands up. Pam Romer up first. Ms. Romer, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we cannot hear you, Ms. Romer. I'm not sure if you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Okay, yep, we have you. You can maybe turn up your mic a little bit.
One moment. Did that help?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oops, wrong way. My name is Pam Romer. I live on Tottenham, West Tottenham Lane in Boise, Idaho. Thank you for your service and for the opportunity to contribute my comments and to ask questions. Hang on. Oh, sorry. I was displaced over a year ago for a high-density luxury project by out-of-state developers. I see continued displacement as stated by others in this new code. Another comment I would like to make is that I did attend a presentation by Tim Keene, and I heard it said that they want to bring in wealth in the neighborhoods, and that they also stated that this zoning code will not solve the problem of affordable housing and especially homelessness. They expect homelessness to be solved by the government and to be dealt with by them. I feel I will be pushed out from Boise, as it sounds like my personal transportation will be taken from me and there'll be no affordable place to live. I agree with the last speaker when they said that the weather and taking the bus, it takes me 3 buses, an hour and 10 minutes, when it takes me only 15 minutes by car. And at one stop, I have to wait 18 minutes for a transfer. And if it's cold or hot, that's not going to be comfortable. I like the slogan of a city for everyone, but it feels like it could become a segregated city divided by income. I don't see how the businesses will flourish if they're just a neighborhood cafe, because if they only have 4 parking spots, can anybody outside of the neighborhood visit them and try them out? And it sounds like the choice for developers to either reduce parking and include some affordable units or not sounds iffy for building an affordable housing supply. And I was wondering, would those affordable units not have access to the parking since it's been reduced? And I think communication is important. Public input needs to continue as it is a way to hear other views, know what is unique in a neighborhood that needs to be preserved, share concerns, and be involved in project improvements. Okay. I also would like to see a cutaway of what the building transitions would look like. 70 feet on down to the R2, then R1 seems like it could be a tunnel, maybe even a wind tunnel, especially along those suggested corridors of State, Vista, and Fairview. And Fairview is one of the places where I have to wait to transfer. I also would like to know the number of how the neighborhoods could change with the zone changes. And I am wondering what will be the process to tweaking the code later in a year if it's adopted. Will public input be allowed? Would it be easy to implement those changes, or is it going to be a long process like this seems to be taking? I do agree we need to have some zoning changes, but not at the expense of the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, are we just going to run down in order here? So I have Ariel McCluskey, and then Julie Holvey, and then Joel Ryman. Okay. Ms. McCluskey, can you hear us? Ms. McCluskey? It's like you're muted there. Yeah. Ms. McCluskey, can you hear us? Okay. Staff, maybe we can move down to Julie Holvey. So we can't work out Ms. McCluskey. Ms. Holvey, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes?
Yes, hello.
Okay. I would like to share my screen if that's going to be a possibility.
I believe so. Just 1 second.
I guess I join as a panelist.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay, staff, we're good. Okay, Ms. Holvey, you should be able to share your screen now.
Although I don't see a button. There, I see a button.
Should be, yeah, we go. Great.
Hi, I'm Julie Hovey. I live at 3707 Nez Perce Street. I have a few thoughts and then I'll share a few slides. I feel like that zoning code rewrite is really missing the mark in a lot of ways. People talk about exclusionary zoning and how it's impacted our cities and hurt people over time. And then we look at this zoning code rewrite and there are exclusions for overlays and certain neighborhoods that are wealthy. And has anybody kind of thought to define that stuff as some kind of an exclusionary zoning, where a lot of the development and infill is happening in the poorer neighborhoods? I think there would be some effects of building some things if they were really high-end things up in the foothills where we've already got some roads, and then people would move out of their maybe modest apartments and people could start moving up. I hear people talking that this is not a perfect plan, and I don't think we should pass anything that's not close to perfect. I don't think the right people have had the input. I thought the data provided by Chris, was it Doniger or Doniger, the maps of showing how the splits would multiply in his neighborhood were very informative. And I would like to have seen the city supply something like that, and especially after you guys asked for it last night. By the time you do the upzone, which it is because it's an increase in density, a downsizing of the lot, narrower setbacks, and all those things, you don't have an increase, you have an exponential increase. So our Blueprint Boise says the goals and the further the Boise's commitment to becoming sustainable are to enhance resources, promote environmentally friendly development, promote energy conservation, preserve opportunities for urban agriculture. Come on, do that without a yard. Inform and educate members of the community on their role of a sustainable future. Monitor progress. Well, I don't see any evidence in your plan that any of those things are going to be supported. Environmental stewardship, nope, except for the foothills. A predictable development pattern, nope, certainly not for homeowners. Stable neighborhoods, nope, certainly not for homeowners. Being connected, you're trying. Community that values culture, education, arts, and history, nope. The history is in this community, are in these homes on the bench. Well, I'm partial. I live there. Meanwhile, good book I read, Four Lost Cities. I don't know if you can see it here. Probably not. It says, heat waves are increasing across the globe. In cities, they're magnified by the urban heat island effect, where temperatures rise several degrees higher than in greener areas.
Ms. Lee, I'm sorry, that's your time, or overtime. Thank you. Staff, or we'll go to Joel Ryman now. Okay.
All right, am I bringing this thing home?
You might be it. You might
Okay,
have more
let's do it. All right, let's finish this. Just thanks you guys. It's been honestly a good experience to hear from every side. Just inspired. My name is Joel and I live at 8601 West Casa Grande Court. And I just consider it a privilege to get to do this. So thanks for listening. State at the front, I'm in favor of the rezone. I'll list out a few reasons why, but we'll largely just speak to one. I like the strategy behind the density along transit corridors. I like the included requirements for affordable units. I like the possibility for more neighborhood cafes where there can be neighborly connection, crossover. I'm greatly in favor of more diverse housing options, but mostly I'm excited about the avenues the code permits for ordinary citizens like myself to use my assets, be it financial or social, to engage our housing problems with solutions. It's going to take all of us engaged citizens collaborating together to move the needle on the housing crisis. And I just see this code as a step in that direction. My wife and I run a little nonprofit where we work primarily with youth. And so we've seen firsthand the effects of the just housing crisis and displacement. And we just have this desire and vision to see Boise become the most welcoming city on the planet. And it's an ideal that we would love to live into it, be it to refugees who are looking for a safe place to live, to Californians who need a change of scene, or Idahoans who simply have loved their city but can't afford it anymore. The question's not whether people will come, but how will they be greeted? And will they be greeted with our no vacancy signs in our hotel rooms, our increasingly expensive housing rates, rental rates, or will they be welcomed by citizens collaborating in one giant act of creative hospitality? I see the rezone mostly as something that will aid us in our endeavor to love our neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, staff, I'm going to try and get Ms. McCluskey back. Okay. Okay. Do you know if she's trying to call in or?
Mr. Chair, it looks like another McCluskey just signed in, so maybe that one will work.
Okay.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Okay, sorry about all that.
No problem.
My name is Ariel McCluskey. I live at 1919 Verna Lane. And with great disappointment, the city approved our neighborhood's activity center on the corner of Boise Avenue and Protest Road for 2 mega rent-a-bed LLCs, both with out-of-state owners, and both structures are massive compared to the homes they abut. And like other developments off Broadway, we're permitted to remove all the trees, even those older than our oldest residents. So it makes me always wonder, are we going to be a city of mature trees or just twigs? And additionally, my area's high residential density has car parks in what other neighborhoods call front yards. And the new residential structures, all at a maximum height, which loom over established homes, and their minimum setbacks make for narrow, dark places for little nature to grow. Clearly, my area of Boise is already being densified for profit and not people and not Mother Nature. And that's part of what everyone loves about this area is the nature, and we're just paving it over. And to call out particularly, the proposed title of this chapter 11 and the purpose section requires serious review and revision. Please see written comments from Boise Working Together on pages 1621 through 1630 in the project report that supports this concern and the need to more accurately name this a unified development code. Also, the hearing examiner needs to be a staff member, not a contractor, as stated in Idaho statute. And please review Exhibit O, starting on page 32. With our shared trust in mind, please pause and allow the November 2023 vote for public representation. And remember to save treetops for rooftops, for all of our futures fade, but our legacy, the heart remembers. And I just thank you for your aid, and I really hope you'll take this to heart, what's happening in our area as an example of what could happen citywide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do one more check we have a few other names online. Anybody else would like to testify? Please raise your hand. Okay, we got Angela Wood, staff. Ms. Wood, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
thank you for taking my testimony. Am I able to talk for the next moment or so?
Yep, you have 3 minutes. Please give us your address too.
Okay, thank you. I operate Buildsmith, and our mailing address is PO Box 1422, Boise, Idaho 83701. And I will be brief. I have been following along the efforts to build a both inclusive and far-reaching and impactful new code. I consider myself a recovering city planner, having left City of Boise in 2007 after having worked on Harris Ranch master plan, and then leading toward a career still in real estate development and construction, but in the Intermountain Northwest. So oftentimes I've worked within jurisdictions that have rewritten their code and have made incremental improvements all along. And it's surprising that City of Boise hasn't taken this effort on in many decades, but it also makes sense because of the reactions that we've gathered all throughout the city. So it's been interesting to watch. And in conclusion, I'm very much in favor of adopting a new code, viewing that incrementalism is sometimes progress. And even though it may not be perfect, we shouldn't compromise something that so many people have put in huge effort to support, knowing that it will help our city improve and change and embrace, hopefully, that aspirational words of achieving a city for all. So in summary, I'm in support of the change and commend staff and all of the outreach that's occurred. I'm super impressed by the efforts that Tim and his whole team have made, and I thank you for the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Okay, I believe that does it for our public testimony. Thank you, everybody. Before we move on, we have a representative from the Southwest Ada County Alliance here, the Neighborhood Association. They were unable to make it on Monday for the Neighborhood Association presentations. So we're going to give Ms. Keith here 5 minutes for that neighborhood presentation.
I'll try to keep it less than 5 minutes.
That sounds great.
Marissa Keith, 3279 South Cloverdale Road. I'm the president of the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association, which is the best and safest place to walk in Boise. Because if you proclaim it, then it happens, is what I heard. So the contents of this testimony were reviewed and approved by our board at a meeting. It does not represent all opinions that live within our neighborhood association, because there's over 40,000 people there. Okay, so water. So we have lots of people in Southwest Boise, both in the city and in the area of impact, that are having wells go dry. Mostly this is due to changes in land use, which can be good and bad. Farmland obviously uses flood irrigation, which uses much more water than residential. However, it also does not allow the water to then percolate down back into the aquifer. And so as the area of impact of Southwest Boise has developed, we've seen lower and lower water levels. So there is an exemption for the assured water supply on page 295. It's a director exemption, and we would like to see that eliminated because we think that all new developments that fall under the applicability area should be required to show that there's an adequate supply of water, not only for their use, but for the community. The affordable housing issue, I'm just going to say, if you are annexing out of the area of impact into the city of Boise, it should be a privilege, and the city should require affordable housing because you can. You can say no. With that, if you, we would like staff, when annexations occur or possibly rezones, to look at negotiating improvements, offsite improvements even, or to fill sidewalk gaps and get pedestrian infrastructure within Southwest Boise. With the increase of land use, or with the increase of land price, once something is annexed into the city of Boise, there should be money to do that. In our letter, we discussed the open space for multifamily. We just think that as stories increase, so should the required amount of open space. And we would also like to see the sentence, which is found in the other types of housing, that a percentage of permeable ground surface with landscaping be added. Bike parking is my favorite part. So we had a request that the multi-dwelling bike parking be same ratio as how off-street car parking is determined. So right now, car parking is determined by bedroom, long-term bike parking is determined by unit. And so if you have a 3-bedroom unit, you still only have 1 long-term bike parking. The issue with that is if you have a mom, dad, 2 kids, and everybody has a bike, well, somebody's going to have to park outside, even if other people in the unit do not, or in the development do not even have bikes. Theft of bikes in apartment complexes is a huge issue for our safe routes to school kids. So we would like to see an increase in that. And bike parking at school should be covered because they are there for like 8 hours, 6 hours, whatever. The other issue is drive-throughs. So RNA within the area of impact, we're under the county code. They have no distance requirements between drive-throughs and residential. Boise currently has a 200-foot buffer. So in the area of impact, we are seeing drive-throughs placed close to residential. And this not only causes issues with light and idling cars and speakers well into the night, it also can cause a domino effect because nobody really wants to live next to a drive-through or a McDonald's that's open till midnight or whatever. So we would like to see that this new code keep the requirements or the additional requirements that are going into place for drive-throughs and also have that 200-foot buffer. So a year or so ago, this buffer prevented a drive-through from going in next to the Fred Meyers out on Overland and 5 Mile, because on 2 sides of that drive-through, they were less than 200 feet from residential. And because that buffer was in place, it also prevented that drive-through and the drive-through lanes from going right next to the tot lot that same developer put in. And so we would actually like to see that 200-foot buffer expanded to include schools, public or private parks and daycares. So we would like to thank you for your time and your commitment and for staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. Back to the commission now. We've wrapped up all the public testimony, wrapped up our neighborhood association presentations. We are at 10:18 on Wednesday evening. We've been at it for 3 nights. So I'm kind of thinking right now we maybe do a quick rebuttal with staff while we have the whole squad here. If that sounds good to you all, and then we can pick it up tomorrow with maybe some final Q&A by the commission and then deliberate. What is that? How does everybody feel about that? Okay, getting thumbs up.
And I'll try to make this painless.
Okay.
For the commission members here on your 3rd night. I'll try to go through this quickly and hit on some things that came up tonight. I want to start though, of course, by a comment that several people made tonight, which is that this body is not making a decision right now as to whether the city should grow or not. We are part of a growing region, a growing city. The trajectory likely is that we'll continue to grow as a region and city. The question really just is how we're going to grow, and we can be intentional about that. And Boise's opportunity really as a city is to avoid the mistakes of so many cities in this country. If you become a big city in this country over the past 50, 60 years, you've done the exact same thing in every case. And we, because of where we are in our growth here, can avoid those things. And we think that this code is part of that solution. It certainly doesn't solve every problem, but it's an important step to solve those big problems that we're seeking to address here in Boise that are so much a part of Blueprint Boise. As I said, when we started today, we are without hesitation wholeheartedly recommending this code. We think the structure is right. The elements of it are correct. And what we know we'll need to do, as if it's adopted by council, is we'll have to come back and monitor it on an ongoing basis. But that's really the details of it. As I said, are the affordability and sustainability incentives being successful? Those kinds of things. Are the parking requirements calibrated properly? Is the process working as we wanted it to, but not changing the structure? We think all the elements here are the right ones for Boise. They're not okay, that they're actually ideal. With regard to housing affordability, I think it's important to remember zoning's role in this. And a couple folks tonight were kind of alluding to this in terms of my comments. And I just wanted to make it clear that zoning doesn't solve, as everyone has said, from every perspective, solve every housing affordability issue. What it should do, though, is it should allow the private market to provide more housing for people that are of modest means. And that tends to mean 80% or so of area median income, 80 to 120, something like that, depending on whether it's rental or owner occupied. If you get lower than 80%, that's funding, that's housing that the public has money in or land in. You have to go to get to 60% or 50 or 30, which is so important in this community. You're going to spend public money on it. And the city, for the first time in its history, is doing that. Mayor McLean and City Council are, for the first time, spending public money to address permanent supportive housing and those lower income levels. But zoning's got to pull its weight. Zoning should get to 80% to 120%. And that's the way this has been calibrated. There are cities in this country that are spending public money to get housing at 80 to 100% of area median income. That's a shame. This is our chance to not do that. So when it comes to housing affordability, that's the zoning's role. And that's why this thing has been organized with a combination of, let's give some zoning to get denser and in the right places, but also tie some affordability to it, and as it relates to incentives within our neighborhood. So we think it has the right components to get to this housing affordability issue, as zoning ordinances should do. And that has to be tied directly to transportation. A lot of discussion about transportation tonight relative to driving and not good enough transit right now. And it's been said so many times, as we move into this opportunity that Boise is, we just have to, it's a public service announcement, as I say, that we really have to design the city and through this code ensure that more people don't have to drive so much, that we have choices. Everyone that has the means will drive, clearly, but if they can drive less and shorter distances, that's the purpose of this. That's how you solve this congestion problem. Not to mention, we need better service for those that can't, that must rely on public transportation and walking and so forth. And that's the chance in this. It's not looking backwards or saying, how do we get around right now? Just like in the 60s when this was happening, we didn't have a massive system of highways. We built that to support low density across the landscape. Well, now we have this chance to go in the opposite direction. And this is an important step in that direction. And finally, the financially responsible decision, a lot of discussion about services, the cost of services, whether it's public safety or utilities or things like libraries and parks and so forth, the cost of the services and the infrastructure. And we know that what's happened in the last generation is we by investing in low density sprawl, we spread ourselves way too thin to a point where we can't afford to continue to expand that way, and the public can't afford it. And so by building on our existing streets in our existing neighborhoods, we're building where we have infrastructure, where we have services. Of course, we'll need more people, will need more, the ability to grow, but at least we're doing it within our existing footprint where we've already got the basic structure set. A couple of specific things regarding trees. We didn't speak to this in our opening, but it's been mentioned several times today. There's a whole aspect of this ordinance which is around trees in Boise, which includes for the first time requirements to plant class 3 trees, which are the biggest canopy trees, around the perimeter of a parking lot, within the parking lot, within commercial developments. That what didn't exist before. We had smaller trees that were being planted so you don't get the canopy. We work closely with the forester and the parks department about how can we tweak tweak the tree standards to ensure better mitigation in cases where we lose trees, and make sure this ordinance allows for some flexibility so you can save trees. So there's a whole emphasis within this ordinance around trees. Regarding transitions and step downs, there's multiple ways that this ordinance addresses that issue. If you've got a one-story structure, the stepping down to get to that height, and there's actually, I think it's 4 sections we were going over today that address in cases where you have a multi-unit building, the fact that it has to step down next to your neighbor who's a one-story building. And so there's multiple places within the ordinance that address that, not just the intentional aspects of this that we incorporated, like the MX3 to MX2 to R1, which is important. That's part of it. But there's other measures that address this transition so you don't get these abrupt changes between taller buildings and shorter neighbors. So, you know, we got to be careful about those things. We have to be careful about displacement. That's why in this ordinance, we added something that doesn't exist in the current ordinance. And this would apply to the MX zones, where if you in the now or in the past 3 years have a property that's had assisted living, a nursing home, a mobile home park, federally designated affordable housing, or just even naturally occurring affordable housing for people making 60% or less of very immediate income, now or in the last 3 years, you have to come to this body and discuss it with us, a conditional use permit. We wanted to create that protection to say people that are vulnerable to displacement require a public hearing in those cases, so that in providing that additional density in a place like State or Fairview or Vista, where we're going to MX3 or an activity center, we include that protection in this ordinance. And then, and really, I think so the just to kind of finish, the big issues that are so important to this community, being financially responsible, addressing issues around climate and nature, transportation, how we are successful in our transportation investments in this community. We have an enormous one to make in transit. The housing affordability issue, what's the zoning's role in that? How do we make sure that's successful? All of these things that were brought up tonight that were the main themes, I just want to reiterate, are so incorporated into this, and it's expected and helpful and healthy for people to have different opinions about this, as we've heard tonight. But this has been a 3-year process around this public discussion, which so many people, including many tonight, were participants in. And so we feel very strongly that this is an amazing public achievement for the community that we should move forward with. And that's why we're recommending it. And I'll also say, even as it relates to digesting something like this, because zoning ordinances are pretty complex. The one we have is longer than this one. This ordinance that's been mentioned several times, 611 pages, the actual regulations themselves are about half of that. But it's somewhat complex. That's why we did it in 3 phases, Module 1, Module 2, and Module 3, so that we could digest this a piece at a time. And I understand people come to it late, they didn't know about it. Everybody is busy, so that's understandable. But just to say, just to give note to this process and everybody that's been a participant in it, and really the extraordinary thing that came from it that I think people should be proud of, because it does get to those issues that Boise so cares about and are so much a part of Blueprint Boise. So with that, Mr. Chair, we could take Q&A or do what you all would like. Leave would be another option.
Okay. Tim, thank you very much for the closing remarks there. We'll call that rebuttal, I think, for lack of a better term. My thought here, fellow commissioners, is that we'll recess tonight. To reiterate, we have closed the public hearing component of this process. We've just had Tim's rebuttal. I think tomorrow we'll arrive at 5 o'clock again. We can maybe begin with a little discussion, and I think maybe some final Q&A with staff before we really enter into deliberations and our final motion and any considerations that we give to council. Okay. Thanks again, staff. Well done. Thank you again, everybody that attended. We are recessed until tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Good night.